of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are San Diego.
Ball four, Padres win! A new meaning to walk-off win! Another night, another walk-off for the San Diego Padres as they take the first two games of this series against the Dodgers, and last night again in dramatic fashion. We welcome you to Military Sunday presented by USAA. Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody, on this beautiful day in San Diego. I'm Don Orsillo along with Mark Grant. Welcome to Padres baseball. Another fun night last night, the return of Yangervis Solarte, and today he is in the cleanup spot.
He brings a lot of energy, Don. When he was acquired from the Yankees back in 2014, it was infectious in the dugout and on the field. And let's face it, only 6 games this year, but last year, 526 at-bats. The kid hit 270 at 14 home runs, so they desperately need him in the lineup. And last night, he showed that energy. Petco Park, everybody, his teammates going home happy. They need to get him back in the lineup. He's going to get consistent at-bats.
Now the Padres have been so good in this series, and today they got to deal with Kenta Maeda.
Boy, what a difference this has been. Last 6 starts, or last 4 rather, 0-3, 5.8 ERA, as opposed to dealing, remember him opening series against the Padres earlier this year, but 6 innings, 5 hits, no runs. He struck out 4 at San Diego on April 6th. The walks have been up. The last 21-plus innings, he's walked 9. He's given up a lot of hits, too. So look for the Padres to jump on Maeda early, hopefully get an early lead against the Dodgers in Game 3.
Well, with more on this Game 3, let's send it down to field level and Michelle Margot.
Thank you so much, Don. Yeah, the team is looking to complete the series sweep today in an effort to bounce back after being swept themselves against the Giants. Here's manager Andy Green on the team's resilience.
The team fights. I think that's kind of who we are. Proud of that. Like to continue to see us kind of refine our approach and continue to get our pitch to hit and continue to grow in that area. And I think everybody's inclined to want to do that. But feel good about the last couple games, especially as hard as we fought coming back twice, being down late in the game, and taking those both from the Dodgers.
Well, if the Padres win today, it'll be their first sweep of the season. Don and Mark, up to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thanks very much. Well, now it's time for the Padres to take the field, brought to you by USAA, as representative from the U.S. Air Force and the California Air National Guard will be joining the Padres here momentarily as they'll be led out onto the field by Colin Ray, their starter today. And, of course, in their blueberry jerseys today on this Military Sunday from Petco Park, and here they come. An incredible scene every Sunday here at Petco Park.
Yeah, hard holding back the smiles for the military personnel. They're getting a kick out of it just as the Padres are. A handshake, a smile, a big old thank you. And we have to mention while we have a minute, thank you, thank you, thank you to all the men and women serving our military.
Here we go, a little selfie.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's check out the visiting Dodgers starting lineup. It's brought to you by Hyundai. Leading it off and at second base is Chase Utley. It is Corey Seager at shortstop at bat second, with Howie Kendrick getting the start at third base, giving Turner the day off, at least to begin the game. It is Adrian Gonzalez back at first base, his second straight start after battling the back injury. Trace Thompson is in left field, Jock Peterson in center, Yasiel Puig in right, with A.J. Ellis doing the catching today, the day game after the night game, and Kenta Maeda bats ninth, the pitcher for Los Angeles. Now defensively for the Padres, in behind Colin Ray. Brought to you by your San Diego County Ford dealers, as Melvin Upton Jr. in left, John Jay in center, Matt Kemp around in right, with Brett Wallace at third base, Alexi Amarista at shortstop, Yangervis Solarte at second, with Will Myers at first, and Christian Bethancourt doing the catching today for Colin Ray.
Some good defense last night by the Friars. Errorless baseball as Colin Ray, the right-hander, the Cascade Kid, toes the rubber. Hey, this is a big game. Buzz in the ballpark. A lot of people on this Sunday trying to sweep the Dodgers. And there you see the numbers, 3-2. Nice. The ERA a little high. Watch for the changeup today and the curveball. He's kind of changed his grip on that changeup. Feels very comfortable with it. Could be a big pitch today.
Well, Dave Roberts, a tough couple of days, and the bullpen roughed up last night. Sal could not finish the game. Well, he did finish the game, but unfortunately put the Dodgers the wrong way.
Yeah.
They stuck with him and was walking. Solarte with the bases loaded. The walk-off win. A spectacular sun splash day today from Petco Park in San Diego on this Military Sunday. And here we go. It is 68 degrees, partly cloudy, but a lot of blue sky above the stadium right now. And ready to lead it off is Chase Utley here in the top of the first inning. Colin Ray in his 10th appearance, 9th start of the year. Padres shifting on the right side. And the first pitch of this one to Chase Utley. He shows bunt, pops it up. Foul ground. Down comes Myers from first to make the running catch. Nicely done. He had Bethancourt in front of him and Ray coming from the mound, but it's Myers who takes charge, and there's one away.
Hey, call it off like a little kid on the playground. Call it off. Tell him you got it. Colin Ray said he wants it, but no. Will Myers clearly yelling above this crowd, and that's a big first down for Chase Utley and the Dodgers.
One down here in the inning, and it'll bring up Corey Seager. 287 homers and 22 runs batted in as Seager in his 44th game of the year. We've seen in this series, this is a very good player, Corey Seager, and he'll take the strike right at the knees.
One thing about Seager, I've noticed that he can hit the ball consistently hard everywhere in that strike zone. Up and in, down and away, take the ball the opposite way, just an all-around good hitter.
We're talking about Yasiel Puig's path, and if it's not in that path, it's tough for him to adjust. It seems like Corey Seager is almost the opposite of that.
That's a good call. Good bat control, meaning he can get to those pitches and do some damage. As you see the numbers, April and May, the average going up, 319. That tells you something about the talent of Seager.
Now the umpiring crew, David Rackley's got the plate with Larry Vanover, the veteran crew chief at first base. Alfonso Marquez at second and Chris Guccione at third base. Guccione had the plate last night, and it was a wide strike zone for most of the game last night.
Yeah, kind of a difficult strike zone. From a pitcher standpoint, I think it's like a pig in slop. I mean, that's something you really like. You want to just throw it out there, you'll get the called strike. Why you throw the ball over the heart of the plate? No need to with that strike zone last night.
He was consistent throughout the night. I guess that's the real key.
He was.
Everybody knows it. The pitchers know it. The hitters know it. It's a wide strike zone tonight. 1-2 pitch. Seager will fight it off foul over by the Padres dugout. Now Seager now. Kendrick waiting on deck. He slides into the 3 spot and into third base. Justin Turner getting the beginning of this game off today. Veteran in Kendrick, who sees the bulk of his time at second base, getting the start today at third for the Dodgers. That'll bounce in and even the count at 2-2. This series has been a lot of fun, especially for the Padres, but back and forth, some good battles. Of course, last night, 11-inning game, and talking to Andy Green today before the game, and they're going to do anything they could to score a run last night. Not worried really where guys are going to fall in defensively. It was all about scoring runs when you can. This is a fly ball to center field, and back is John Jay for the second out here of the first inning. So Seager retired, the ball kind of biting in on him.
Got in on him, down by the label. Seager trying to be quick to that baseball, but that's just a can of corn for John Jay.
So 2 down here in the first, and it brings up Howie Kendrick. We talked about it off the top too. What a great job the bullpen did in last night's game again, and kind of get lost in all of it. The walk-offs the last 2 nights, but bullpen has put him in the position to walk it off the last 2.
Hey, the bullpen threw a no-hitter last night.
That's unbelievable.
Hey, to me, I try to find the positive in everything, especially in the bullpen. Those are my guys out there.
Has nothing to do with the fact that you were a reliever the majority of your career.
Yeah, that's got a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
So I appreciate what they go through and what they have to do to eat innings. And, you know, the arm might be dragging a little bit, but hey, we need you. We need you for an inning. You got an inning?
Kind of like what Brad Hand has been able to provide. Yeah. I mean, he is logging some innings and getting some outs. Kendrick jumps back out of the way of that pitch in. Foul out and a fly out for the first 2 outs here, the first inning for the Dodgers. Colin Rea 3-2 individually on the year with a 4.37 ERA. And that is strike 3. Kendrick doesn't like it. He's going to say some stuff to Rackley, but he's out number 3 on the first strikeout for Colin Rea. Padres are coming up from Petco Park.
Get it on! 2-run home run! Walk it off, Melvin Upton Jr. Ball 4, Padres win. A new meaning to walk-off win.
It has been much fun over the last couple of days here at Petco Park in San Diego. The first 2 games of this 3-game series, and here we go in game number 3, and here come the Padres. The lineup brought to you by Toyota with John Jay in center, Will Myers at first, Kemp in right, Solarte at second base with Upton in left, Wallace at third, Bethancourt catching, Amarista is the shortstop, and the first pitch from Kenta Maeda into John Jay, who leads it off here in the bottom of the first inning. 42nd game for the Padres center fielder. 276 average with a home run. Huggins accounted 1-1. Maeda, who started the year very well, not so much lately, trying to get back on track, is the Dodgers right-hander.
You know, we talked about it in our open, the last 4 outings for Maeda, not good. See if they can jump on him early. A lot of hits, walks are up.
And the last thing that Dave Roberts wants to have to do is get into that bullpen, because it has not been good for the Dodgers over the last 17 games. In the air, down the left field line, and foul.
Well, let's look a little deeper into Kenta Maeda. The scouting report brought to you by Scripps. He's got the slider, fastball, curveball, changeup. He'll mix it up according to righties and lefties, and he has to rely on command. He's going to be about 88 to 93, but he's going to average about 91. Add and subtract a little bit.
To left field, Trace Thompson going back, but he'll have room as he makes the catch in front of the dirt of the track for the first out. Speaking of defense, let's check out the Dodgers defensively behind Kenta Maeda. Trace Thompson, who just made the catches in left with Jock Peterson in center. Yasiel Puig in right with Howie Kendrick at third. Corey Seager at short. Chase Utley at second. Adrian Gonzalez at first base. And A.J. Ellis doing the catching for Maeda.
Tied for 5th on the National League. The Dodgers are defensively. 23 errors. 5th fewest in the league.
One out in the bottom of the first for Will Myers, who has been hot first 2 games of this series. He had 2 hits in game 1. How about 3 last night to go along with 2 stolen bases?
You had him last night.
I did.
That's a nice night. What,
Picked
4.9?
Yeah, and you know what? I came back with him again today. So I'm riding the hot horse right now.
Oh, yeah.
Myers will take the strike and even the count of 1-1. Not for nothing either. I'm on a run, and by the way, I have pushed past you.
Well, that's not a shocker.
Well, actually, it is, because I was in single digits a while ago.
It's a long season, and
On the ground to third base, Howie Kendrick. A little bobble, but had time to recover, and he throws out Myers at first base. You are back-to-back pick-the-stick champion. And right now, things are not going too well.
well,
for
I
you.
know what it's like to be a winner.
Clearly.
And I realize the road ahead of me. It's a long season, and I don't panic because I've got confidence in my ability. And you can just bask in the glory all you want.
Yeah, I'm enjoying, what is it, May 22nd right
hey,
now.
come October 1st and 2nd,
You'll be right where you
check the
normally
record.
are.
Yeah, be a different story.
You, my friend, are a winner. You scream winner. 2 down here in the first. What do you do with the award? What is it, a gnome?
It's
Is
a
that what it
gnome.
is? Yeah. Do you get to keep it like during the winter?
Yes, it was on
You
my
do?
desk the whole off season, and I took it around town. I took some pictures with it.
That's kind of like the Stanley Cup.
Yeah,
Your day with the gnome, but
Yeah.
you have the whole off season to enjoy it.
bubble bath with it.
I don't want to know. The 1-0 is popped up, foul ground. Adrian Gonzalez going as far as he can, but he won't have a play.
What a beautiful day.
Spectacular. Final game of the homestand here for the Padres, getting ready to head out to a 3-city tour. Going to San Francisco, then Arizona, and then on to Seattle. Natural rival in interleague play. This one fouled off to the right, out of play. Good look at Maeda coming right at you.
Yeah, pretty. He's got that little hesitation in his delivery. Steps straight back and then over the rubber. And that little pause just to gather himself. Doesn't look like a violent delivery. It's under control. Very mechanical.
In the dirt, you know, that starting up high like that reminds me of Hideo Nomo, of course, working for the Padres now, and we had the chance to see him a lot during spring training, but a similar delivery when he comes to the top going high like that initially. Two-two to Kemp, and off balance swing there, and he strikes out. First strikeout for Maeda. Done with 1 without a score today from San Diego.
hitting into the top of the second. Well, the Padres wrapped up their participation in MLB's Play Ball Weekend. It is an initiative to encourage youth participation in baseball and softball activities. They had a Little League Day pregame parade, and yesterday, 9 kids got to take the field with the players. And then on Friday, the Padres kicked off Play Ball Weekend when Hector Sanchez and Jose Varela visited a youth baseball clinic at Porter Elementary School. Pretty neat, huh, guys?
Outstanding. You know, it's so great to see kids again involved in baseball, and that's certainly an initiative that Major League Baseball is taking very seriously. And for whatever reason, seem to get away from it for a little while, and it's so great to see a lot of kids here around the ballpark.
What I like about it is it's creating magic for those kids, and it might inspire them to do something, not only become a professional athlete, but other words of encouragement from athletes. Hey, you know, you can be whatever you want to be, right? And the payoff, and I'm sure it's happened to you, is when 15, 20 years down the road, you have an adult come up to you and say, hey, you know what? You spoke at my school once.
That's
when I was like
cool.
in the 6th grade.
That's awesome.
That is really cool. That's the payoff there.
Great thing about baseball, too, unlike the other sports, you can be any shape or size. I mean, it's unbelievable to me.
And an announcer, you can do that, too.
You can. You can be really fat. And it's okay, because there's lots of other fat guys. Podcast baseball. All right. You snorted. I did. So, Adrian Gonzalez, Trace Thompson, and Jock Peterson here in the 2nd inning.
What a great
I was
story.
trying to make a really good point there. And then,
No, but and you
yeah,
did.
Yeah,
You did.
you know.
Hey, how about Adrian Gonzalez? He's liking the road. You know, when you bring up Adrian Gonzalez, you talk baseball. Oh, this guy could hit anywhere, right?
Yep.
And it's proven. But this year, a different story. 390 on the road, only 170 at Dodger Stadium.
It's hard to imagine. You talked about the comforts of home and being used to pitching or hitting at home, and you would think it'd be the other way around, but not the case. A beautiful day here today at Petco Park in San Diego. 3rd and final game of the series between the Padres and the Dodgers.
As Mike Pomerantz would say, a sun-splash day here at Petco Park.
Gonzalez fouls it off to the left out of play. 94 on the fastball that time from Colin Ray.
Hey, the velocity's up, and that's a good sign. Colin Ray's got a big frame, nice and easy. The ball jumps out of his hand nicely.
The splits you were just talking about.
Yep.
Pretty dramatic as far as average goes. And RBIs for that matter as well. Adrian with a swing and a miss, and there's that 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Well, struck out Kendrick to close the 1st. He opens the 2nd with a strikeout of Gonzalez. Let's take a look at the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Well, get to the Dodgers bullpen. We've documented that this series, not good for the Dodgers. The last 18 games or so, very, very suspect. And also erase Trace Thompson. He's had a pretty good series here against San Diego, so if you could keep him quiet off the base paths, take your chances for a sweep.
Well, Thompson, the left fielder, standing in after the first 4 retired by Ray. And the pitch in there for strike 1. Thompson, good power numbers, 7 homers, 19 runs batted in so far in the year.
Padres looking to win their 3rd in a row for just the 2nd time this season. Remember Casey Stengel?
I do.
Remember the old professor? He had
Yes.
a great line. He said, quote, "They don't pay me to win every game. They just pay me to win 2 out of 3. Isn't that a great quote?
It's pretty true, though.
Yeah. Hey, you win 2 out of 3 all season long, you're going to the playoffs.
It's all about winning series.
Yep.
I mean, you think about it, the greatest teams ever win 100 games. You think about that. So that means you're going to lose 62. That's a lot of games to lose.
Yep.
2-1 to Trace Thompson. That's a strike on that outside corner.
Hey, early on, Colin Ray is pounding the strike zone, going right after these Dodger hitters. And I like it.
25 pitches, 17 strikes so far. It's been
Very bold.
This is grounded back up the middle from short. Amarista on the run on the transfer. Drops the ball. It was going to be close anyway, coming in from short for Amarista, and it's a base hit. for Trayce Thompson, first base runner for the Dodgers in this game.
Just on the transfer. And you know what? As soon as that ball was touched by Alexi Amarista at shortstop, I kind of looked up. And Trayce Thompson, he was good, maybe only 3 steps. He would have been safe anyway, I think.
And the Alexei Ramirez off today. Came out of the game last night for a pinch hitter, but checked with him today, and he is just getting the day off. Available to come off the bench today for Andy Green.
Looks like he was enjoying a cup of coffee there on his day off.
Pretty unusual for him to take a day off. That's why I asked, because you're not used to it, but he did take the day off. It was talked about a couple of days ago, and this was kind of a scheduled off day for him. Guy who likes to play every day.
Oh, how cute. Cuteness at the big league ball yard today.
Jock Peterson batting, center fielder for the Dodgers. Reached on an infield hit in last night's game, as this pitch is going to miss down low to Peterson. They're going to stack it up here on a shift on the right side for the Padres, but keep it close to the infield. The double play possibilities still in order, and we saw last night with Brett Wallace, third baseman on the right side, turning that double play. Certainly not used to covering second base as part of the double play, but he's starting to get used to it.
Hey, the Los Angeles Dodgers 5th most in grounding into double plays in the National League. Hey, we were just talking about coffee and Alexei Ramirez kicking back and enjoying some Java. Tuesday, have a cup of coffee with Dick Enberg and John Jay as they talk baseball, life off the field, and their untold dreams and aspirations. That's Tuesday after SD Live on Fox Sports San Diego.
1 out, 1 on. Jock Peterson batting here. 30th pitch coming up for Colin Ray. Sprayed foul off to the left, out of play.
Speaking of the double play, the team that has grounded into the fewest double plays, the Chicago Cubs, only 22 this year. It's a pitcher's best friend.
Short lead at first base for Thompson, held on by Myers. And time called.
And Jock, being a left-handed hitter and with decent speed, he has only grounded into 1 this season.
Chuck on first base, and Thompson back to the bag. Jock Peterson against right-handed pitching. A .277 average on the year. Close pitch, called a ball, framed there by Bethancourt.
Hey, not a bad idea, up and in a little bit. According to Fox Tracks, it looked like it was a strike. Could have been called a strike. That's a 4-seamer, burying it inside. Not getting the call.
He started this game by retiring the first 4 Dodgers that he faced, but Thompson reaching on the infield hit, and now a 3-2 pitch to Peterson. Runner goes, and this is line to center. Jay is there to make the catch. Possible double play here. Long throw is not going to get there in time. Almost 2/3 of the way to second base was Trayce Thompson running on the pitch, and he had to scamper back, but gets back as there are now 2 outs in the inning.
It's got to be a bad feeling for a runner when a play like this, especially a line drive to center field, but plenty of time to get back. And it's always good to slide back. You know, when you slide, that pop-up slide, if you go and standing up, your momentum might carry you past the bag. It wasn't a close play, but that's the smart play. Get back quickly and doing the old pop-up slide.
It was hit sharply by Peterson, hung up long enough in center field for John Jay to run underneath it. And with 2 outs, here is Yasiel Puig. 44th game of the year for the Dodgers right fielder. Puig, 236 coming in, 5 home runs, 16 runs batted in, and does have a home run in this series. Sits safely in 8 of his last 12 games and hitting at .326 over the last 12, and it kind of been a long season for him. You look at the overall numbers at just .236, and Dave Roberts has slid him down the order now to 7th. but he is starting to pick it up at the plate. We talked quite a bit about it during the series, that it looks as if a lot of arms and upper body as far as the swing is going, and not involving the lower half.
Look very mechanical, all upper body, all arms, but still, if the ball finds that path of the barrel of the bat, he can do some damage. And you see the differences, 13 and 14 and 15 and 16.
That's with 2 down. Thompson at first base. And a fly ball headed out towards shallow center. Jay coming in, and now on a slant will make the catch. That ball moved quite a bit. Breeze blowing from left to right. Scoreless. Well, look at last night's walk-off win. Don't always get it on a walk. As Sal could not throw a strike, walking 3 straight Padres before Solarte with a game-winning walk. Of course, gets an RBI on that. Myers came in from third as part of the win.
And kind of a run, right?
Absolutely. And there was no way he was swinging at that point when he got it.
No way.
3-0. Couldn't find the strike zone. Today's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Solarte, Upton, and Wallace. Padres have had 3 walk-off wins this year. 2 by home runs by Melvin Upton Jr. The record is 15, set in 1986.
Wow, that's a lot.
That is a lot of walk-offs. There's a pop-up foul off third, not a play.
You can just tell Yangervis Solarte is like he's like a grade school kid who grew up in northern Minnesota where they had a brutal winter, just dying to get outside when the weather breaks. Now the sun is shining for one day, and he's doing everything in one day.
Exactly.
That's exactly his attitude.
Softly grounded by the mound. Deep was Utley. He'll go glove to glove for the out. That's all he could do. Didn't have time to make the transfer to the bare hand. So he goes glove to glove for out number 1 of the second inning.
That's not an easy play because sometimes, you have to have a stiff wrist on that one because if you flip it, the ball's going to get in the webbing and it's going to go up in the air. So it's almost like a backhand, like on a feed. You got to have a stiff wrist and push the ball with your glove. It looks exactly what Chase Utley did on that one.
So Solarte retired, 1 down here in the second, brings up Melvin Upton Jr. He's had a flair for the dramatic this year. And I'll be 100% honest with you. I thought he did it again last night.
I did too. I was right there with you.
Just shy of the wall. And Thompson able to make the catch out there, and so did Melvin Upton Jr., by the way. I mean, he hit it
Did you hear
Where?
me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah.
You were screaming and
It's a
yelling and
shocker.
everything else.
I'm a fan.
Swing and a miss.
Honestly, I thought it was going to be about 4 or 5 rows up.
I'm going to be more than that. I'm going to take you to another level.
Really?
I thought it was
Literally?
gonna be upper deck there, above the scoreboard.
Okay.
I honestly did. You look at the trajectory of the ball, the way it took off. It wasn't even close. It's not good. Man, I do this for a living. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
It all turned out great, though.
It did. Swings and gets a piece, stays alive. Let's take a look. You tell me, huh? Dude had the walk-off walk going. Only to have that happen.
I think that fan made contact with Thompson
I
as
think
well
he did too.
on his cap.
On his cap, I agree. Two fouled off to the right, out of play. Yeah, he definitely reached over, and I think he did make contact.
Yeah.
Thompson didn't have any trouble making the catch, as it turned out. A beautiful day, great crowd on hand for the finale of this series, finale of the homestand. Upton will lift it in the air to right field. Puig coming in. Glasses on, and he'll take care about number 2. So that'll bring up Brett Wallace. Maeda off to the good start, has retired the first 5 that he has faced today. Wallace at 218, 3 homers and 9 runs batted in, having a chance to play every day at third base.
Oh, you talk about opportunity knocking.
So successful last year coming off the bench, hitting up over 300. Largely as a pinch hitter for the most part last year. And the breaking ball in there for strike 1.
Good curveball first pitch. Good rotation as well. 12-6. Split in the heart of the plate.
Ninth start of the year for Maeda, coming in individually at 3-3. The earned run average under 3. 2.87 coming in. Zips one inside.
You know, we all think back to our childhood if we're
got him.
fans.
Hit by the pitch, as it turned out.
Got the jersey?
Apparently.
I didn't think it got him. Yeah,
Yeah.
it did. Most certainly did.
First base runner for the Padres today. So a hit batter with 2 down here in the second, and Christian Bethancourt coming up.
Talking about growing up as a kid, and, you know, I always believe that from an 8-year-old to a 16-year-old and beyond, maybe to your 20s, that's the golden era for you if you're a baseball fan. It's hard for me to look at Maeda and see number 18. That's Billy Russell. That's hard for me to look at that.
Yeah. Now Christian Bethancourt standing in. And a pitch in there for a strike. Well, we were at Dodger Stadium, saw Ron Say last time we were there.
It's hard for me to look at Kike Hernandez. No, that's Mike Scioscia, 14.
Maeda here has hit a batter with 2 down in the inning.
No, number 3 is Steve Sachs. Not Carl Crawford.
It's not Carl?
No.
Well, unfortunately, those numbers are not retired.
I know.
So they go back into
Circulation.
the rotation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's the pitch Maeda has to be effective with, that located fastball down away. I mentioned it earlier. He's only going to top out about 90, 91. A little tardy on that one.
Bethancourt has had a chance to come off the bench quite a bit lately. Homered in the first game of the series on Friday night in a pinch hit role. And a swing and a miss on a pitch up. He chases it, becomes a second strikeout victim from Maeda. Doesn't get better than this. Beautiful day, scoreless. All-Star Game history brought to you by Geico. July 12, 1996. Mike Piazza playing in his hometown of Philadelphia at Veterans Stadium takes Charles Nagy deep to lead off the second inning. He would go on to win the MVP honors as the National League blanked the American League 6-0. Bobby Cox right there alongside the Hall of Fame manager.
Yeah.
You played for Bobby, right?
I did. I think I saw Tony in that right next to Bobby on the right there in the dugout.
Of course, the All-Star Game right here. It's always great looking at all the All-Stars from years past. As A.J. Ellis leads it off here for the Dodgers. It'll be 8-9-1 here for L.A. Ellis with a look back at home plate umpire David Rackley.
A lot of that going on this series with the strike zone.
And always interesting when the catcher, who was just there moments ago in front of him, has issues with the strike zone, because he knows what he's been looking at from his side of the field when he's there.
I'm telling you, electronic strike zone.
Get rid of the umpires altogether.
It'll be here.
Well, like the tennis beeping on the Lions thing.
They're going to have a red light, green light in their mask, and it's going to be instantaneous to where bang, it reads it, and all they need to do is signal yell ball or signal strike. And the only reason why they're going to be behind home plate, I feel, in the future is to call out and safe at home, and then we got the challenge system for that.
So you're going to take balls and strikes completely out of their hands.
You talk about speeding up the game and legitimate strikes.
Yep.
Heck yeah. That's just my opinion. But when it first came out in tennis, everybody was up in arms. Oh, what are they doing? All the electronic stuff. Well, you know what? They get the call right.
A lot of talk lately about the strike zone perhaps moving up from the knees. This is a soft line drive hit at Solarte for the first out. Kenta Maeda coming up here for the Dodgers and has a home run here. Earlier at Petco off Andrew Kashner. His home run, a couple of RBIs, a 143 average on the year for Maeda.
You know, I heard something on the radio today about how one of the rules is possibly getting away with the intentional walk as far as the 4 wide ones.
Yeah, there are two things that are being discussed. One, the strike zone is supposed to be the hollow of the knee. Bringing that up
to the top of
the knee is one, and the other eliminating the 4 pitches. And you and I have talked about this. I think you have to make the 4 pitches. I mean, a couple reasons.
Yeah.
First of all, I've seen it messed up before, number one. And number 2, that's bullets that you're using. Is there a reason you're standing?
Yeah, because the strike zone. Right now, it's like at the middle of the knee, right? So they want to raise it to the top of the knee, right?
Here, rather than the hollow, right? This is known as the
hollow.
hollow.
Where it bends.
Yeah, back here.
So, but they want to raise it to up here. Okay.
So what does that do to you as a pitcher? I mean,
that's going to create more offense, I think, because if you don't get that pitch at the hollow to where you're taught to throw the ball, to get a ground ball.
Center field, and John Jay has it sized up, takes care of Maeda. 2 down in the inning. Easier for a hitter to elevate a ball to the outfield and crush one that's above the knee than it is below the knee or the hollow of the knee. So this would work against the pitcher, in my estimation. Yes, they want more offense. Of course, once again, catering to the hitters. Wow. So 2 down here in the inning. 4 in a row retired by Ray. Top of the order for Chase Utley. Now the 4-pitch thing. Do you get what I'm saying there, though, about having to use those bullets and throw those 4 pitches? I like the idea where you have to throw them. Yeah. They're talking about doing away with that. Right. And just having an automatic intentional walk. But I think that's more of a pace of game issue, perhaps, than what's it take? 20 seconds? Yeah. A little bit of time. And how many times does that actually happen during the course of a season? Good point. Unless it's Bryce Harper or somebody else. Mike Trout or whoever the threat at the plate is at that time. No, I want the pitcher to throw the 4 wide ones because he might hit the bull. Yep. And he might squeeze one a little tight to where it gets near the plate and the guy can swing it and hit a double in the gap. Exactly. Well, we'll see. 2 down here in the 3rd. Utley batting. I wonder if the clock ever makes its way to the major leagues. It already has in the minor leagues as far as when a pitcher has to throw the ball within a certain period of time on the clock. Is that with runners on and no runners on, or is it all the time, or just? No, I think it's just with no bases empty. Right. A lot of Dodgers fans have made their way down here to San Diego for this weekend series. 3-1 pitch. Utley fouls it off to the left.
Have you ever been up top the Western Metal Building yet?
You know, I have not yet.
Dude, you got to go up there.
Pretty cool.
It's so cool.
First of all, I think it's the coolest thing in the world. This ballpark was built around that building. I think that is so cool.
You know what's weird? You're right. See this corner?
Yeah.
That corner of the Western Metal Building, this ballpark was built around that particular corner.
In the air to left field. Upton going back. He'll get there on the edge of the track to make the catch. It ends the inning. Ray retires his side in order. 2.5 done. No score.
The third, Dodgers and Padres, and tomorrow it's an AL West battle as Mike Trout and the Angels square off against Prince Fielder and the Rangers in a game you can only see on FS1. It all starts at 4:30 p.m. Pacific, or you can watch it live on Fox Sports Go.
Last half of the third inning. As the fans, boy, I'll tell you what, that is a jam-packed area today. And why not? Amarista grounding one on a few hops to Utley at second base for the first out here in the third. Well, that was perfect today out there with a blanket.
A picnic basket, right?
And there you are.
Yeah.
Unbelievable with balloons today, too. Part of Kids Fest.
Yeah. Well, you know, I like to please everybody.
You never see Mud and the Friar in the same room at the same time. Ever. Colin Ray bats for the first time today. 1 for 15 so far in the year.
Hey, you know what I heard today?
What's that?
Brad Hand hit last night. He's one heck of a hitter. He can hit, they say.
Very nice.
And I was talking to some of the people in the clubhouse today, and I did not know that. He can rake, as far as being quoted from the clubhouse. Brad Hand can rake.
They would know.
Yes.
They are very good sources in that kind of thing. If you can't, they'll let you know.
Yeah. But remember last night we were talking about that. He came up to the plate and I said, well, maybe because, you know, you got a couple left-handers next half inning, Chase Utley and Corey Seager. Well, it was brought to my attention, hey.
It was more about his offense.
It was more about his offense.
How about that?
Yeah. And he hit that ball hard. That Justin Turner dove to his left to make that play.
Maeda here with a full count to the opposing pitcher, Colin Ray. Maeda struck out 2, has not walked anybody. And a swing and a miss. Off speed there as Ray strikes out. It's 3 Ks now. Well, Noah Syndergaard hitting 2 home runs off Maeda. Talk about pitchers that can hit.
Wow.
Dodger Stadium.
He's going oppo on a breaking ball down and away.
Yep.
That's impressive.
Syndergaard after the game said that he was really kind of motivated by what had happened earlier here and the home run by his teammate Bartolo Colon right here at Petco Park. So he's trying to one-up him. He ends up doubling. Couple of home runs.
Imagine the pressure on that pitching staff when Colon goes deep and then the other guys don't.
Yeah, how about that? John Jay batting with 2 outs, flying to left. First time up, getting his second look at Maeda. And that one getting a piece of A.J. Ellis. Gotta tell you, I'm a little nervous because you got your pointer out today, which is never a good sign.
I like my pointer.
Notice anytime I've worn a pocket square, you seem to pull it out.
Well, sometimes I'll have a question for you. I'll say, hey, what happened here? But a lot of times I'll go, pocket square, tie, boiler.
It's the second time you've done it.
Yeah. Very important to point out some things to viewers at home that they should be aware of.
And that's why you have a pointer.
Yeah.
How long have you been using this pointer in the booth?
I've had it about 20 years.
Wow. 1-2 pitch grounded foul. I just noticed that it's not out all the time. It's not an everyday thing.
No. So if you missed it, pocket square, tie, boiler.
I don't think you give me this thing. I don't think you need it. 2 outs here in the third. There we go. Swing and a miss, and Jay chases it and strikes out. It's 4 Ks from Maeda through 3, scoreless. Of the fourth, but first let's check in with Michelle Margot.
Yes, I'm here with Major General Jay Flournoy, the commander of 4th Air Force. Tell us a little bit about your role.
Let's see, I'm in charge of about 30,000 airmen from about 17 wings across the country in Guam, and it's an absolute pleasure. We run all the strategic airlift and air refueling for the Air Force Reserve.
Who is here today from the Air Force and the Air Force Reserve?
So folks from all over the state representing the active component, the Air National Guard, and the Air Force Reserve. So from Marge, from right here in San Diego, from all over the state. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here.
What do you think of Military Sunday here at Petco Park?
I tell you what, I don't think I've lived all over the country in my 30 years in the Air Force, and I don't think I've seen a more supportive organization like the Padres organization and what they do for our men and women serving in uniform. It's absolutely fantastic.
Thank you so much. We certainly appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Don, back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you very much. And of course, the flyover here just prior to the ball game, as is the case every Sunday here. We talk about it every Sunday, how great it is that the Padres do this, and we thank our men and women for everything that they do, and hope they enjoy a day of baseball here today. Corey Seager leading it off. Mark Sweeney's along with us as we move to the 4th inning.
How you guys doing today?
Happy Sunday, Mark.
Great.
Happy Sunday to you too. Guys going on a road trip.
We are indeed. 3-city tour coming up.
Great cities, too.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Arizona, and Seattle. That is ball 4, and a leadoff walk for Corey Seager. First walk allowed by Colin Ray today.
Big fan of Seattle.
Love Seattle.
Love that
A lot
stadium.
of time there.
I said last night, if I were commissioner and I had the power to do so, I would move Denver to the AL West and put Seattle in the National League West. Could you imagine going up and down the coast? It's like the old PCL days.
How do you think the people in Denver feel about that?
Yeah.
Well, they'll have to deal with it.
Mark Grant is just eliminating them from the division and the league. Not
Hey,
just
if
the
they
division.
want, if baseball wants more offense, if they want to shrink the strike zone, yes, American League, welcome to Denver. If they want offense.
When are you going to be commissioner? Because I hear that statement all the time.
I think that
You got my vote.
A really bad idea.
Yeah, you get my vote, so I
think
can
it's a
just
bad idea?
hammer you with the
No,
ideas.
no, not the idea of Denver. But
Oh.
you being commissioner is a terrible idea. This is in the air to right field. Kemp back there in right, and back to first goes Seager. First out of the inning. Well, we were just talking about the schedule. Let's take a look at what is coming up here for the Padres. As they wrap it up with the Dodgers, it's on to the road. 3 with the Giants coming up. Off day on Thursday. 3 in Arizona and 2 in Seattle. My question to you, Mark Grant, and my traveling partner: are we spending the off day in San Francisco, or are we spending the off day in Arizona?
Spending the off day in Arizona.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know that.
Why don't you drink that in? Is
Take
it
it
100, is it 100 over there yet?
It could be.
Don't worry, it's a dry heat.
Somebody's going to be bronzing that day.
Yes, indeed. 1 out, Seager at first base.
Hey, the Mariners, though. Mark, your thoughts on the Mariners as we speak right now? First in the AL West. They got it going.
I got to say I'm surprised. I think it has a lot to do with how Robinson Cano has bounced back this year. Their pitching has been much better. Pretty impressive, and 17-7 on the road definitely helps.
Well, this was supposed to be what they were doing last year, as this is in the air off the bat of Adrian Gonzalez. John Jay out there. They'll make the catch. Now, last year, much like the Padres heading into the season, I think a lot of people thought the Mariners may win the West, but didn't work out that way at all for Seattle. Now, this year, perhaps not the expectations, but look what they're doing.
Well, I think I'm surprised, and you can touch on this too, Mark, is Scott Service being a first-year manager.
Yep.
I know he's been very successful in baseball, and also that, a former catcher. But I'm surprised as a first-year manager in the success early in the season. It usually takes some time. I still think it's the Rangers' division to lose.
And it's surprising also the Houston Astros, the year that they had last year, being in last place, 17-27, 10 games below 500 there, and 9 games out.
Bethancourt looked like he was going to fire down to first base, grab the attention of Seager. Either way,
there he is.
Just be thankful that he hasn't used the pointer on you. I was just, he just did you see the pointer?
I love the pointer. I think it's great.
I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
Really?
No.
I thought you'd learn from that. I'm a big fan of the pointer.
I think it's a totally unnecessary prop.
Listen, when you have something for 20 years, you got to stay with it.
Soft ground ball right side. Solarte to first for the out, and Ray continues to roll. 3.5 done, no score. Today, playing day baseball from San Diego, and it's time now for greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. And some impressive things going on around Major League Baseball. Jackie Bradley Jr., center fielder for the Red Sox, extended his hitting streak today against the Indians. 27 straight games right now. Say Fernandez 21-1 in 31 starts at home. And Daniel Murphy 387 this year.
Well, that offense for the Boston Red Sox has been on fire, especially at home. They've been dominating. But Jackie Bradley Jr. is a great story. A lot of people didn't think offensively he was going to do much in the game. Well, he's turned the corner on that, obviously.
And how about Xander Bogaerts? He's got a 15-gamer working as well.
Will Myers leading it off here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Myers, Kemp, and Solarte to bat in the inning. 2, 3, and 4 featured here by the Padres. Maeda so far very good. He has struck out 4 Padres through the first 3 innings. A breaking ball snaps off outside.
Mark, what number did you wear with the Dodgers?
I wore 22.
Franklin Stubbs.
And it's funny that there's a successful left-handed pitcher that wears 22 now.
Yeah.
He came up from the minor leagues, and it didn't really matter what number I wore, especially at that time. And I heard that he liked it, and I said, Clayton, you got to wear this. And he goes, really? And I said, yeah. And I went with number 21. I wanted Ken Caminetti's number if we had an opportunity, because that's what it became for me. And just a remembrance of someone that was important for me in my career. That's what numbers meant to me. But for Clayton Kershaw, I said, you're going to be wearing this for a long time. There's Clayton. One of the best left-handers in the game of baseball, if not the best pitcher in the game of baseball, in my opinion.
You knew it then? I mean, you had a feel right then for what he was going to be?
A lot of people didn't realize he was a 2-pitch pitcher coming in, and he threw 96, 97 miles an hour, but it was the curveball that really was his out pitch.
Well, Myers strikes out. It's 5 strikeouts for Maeda. Well, it's time now for our fan of the game, brought to you by Fan Diego.
Wow, that's Tawny and Alexis, who were working in our office last year, and we missed them. And big fans of the Padres and also Fox Sports San Diego.
Now one down here in the 4th inning brings up Matt Kemp. He was a strikeout victim in the first. 5 Ks for Maeda. He's now struck out 3 in a row.
You know, just to button up what Mark was talking about, Clayton Kershaw, that first year in 08 when he started 21 games, he was 5-5 and had an ERA of 4.26.
Yeah. You know, you think of it, and Mark knows this too. You guys have both seen it, especially this day and age. These young pitchers that throw harder, they come up to the league. There's a lot of foul balls, a lot of high pitch counts. They pitch 5 innings. You have to make a decision. Well, Clayton Kershaw was that guy when he first came up. Improved his changeup, and I think the slider, when he implemented that into his game, took it to another level. I say this all the time about Clayton Kershaw. He made himself into a better pitcher. He has the intangibles. He has a work ethic, and that's the reason why you root for guys like that. Obviously, he's an upper echelon pitcher, but he has earned every bit of that, because he continues to improve.
Kemp to center, but Peterson kind of misjudged it initially. It was hit better than he thought. Had to recover, but does. Running onto the warning track out there in center field. Well, Mark, you tell me. Sometimes balls hit right at you. The toughest maybe to read.
Yeah, very difficult. But you see the swing by Matt Kemp, staying back and behind that baseball. That's a good sign, especially in the middle of the field. But that is, Don, to your point, very difficult. That line drive. And Matt Kemp had good carry on that baseball. Even though it's a disappointment, it's an out. That's an improvement from his previous at-bats.
2 down here in the 4th inning brings up Yangervis Solarte. Grounded out to second base. Swings and lifts a fly ball. Back at first, Adrian Gonzalez and Chase Utley. And Utley able to make the catch in foul ground. Padres are gone in the 4th. We head to the 5th without a score. Half of the fifth inning back in San Diego. And we were just talking about Scott Service moments ago, the new Seattle Mariners manager. And new skipper is with Major League managerial experience, some with, some without, as far as the new guys go.
All right, Dusty Baker, you got to start from the left. His reputation and his resume speak for itself. Not only as a player, but also as a coach and a manager. And by him just taking that job, I think just winning the respect of the players. And I think that has a lot to do with a lot of the success of managers. Sticking to their guns, having a game plan, not wavering, and having the guys buy into it. And and Mark, you could be in a position player, maybe if you want to talk about what it means to be a player's manager. And in this day and age, for a manager to be successful.
Well, I think first and foremost, and we know this, guys, you got to be a communicator, number one. And throughout the organization, you have to front your organization. You have to be able to be positive. Talked to Dave Roberts during this series. And I said, how you doing, Dave? Because they're going through some struggles. And he said, no one's going to beat me down. I'm going to be positive every single day. I said, Dave, that's the way you've been as a player, now as a coach, and now as a manager. But that's the challenges, I really think, especially this age of players. You have to communicate, and you have to be there for every individual player.
Boy, I tell you what, in the old days, it wasn't like that.
No.
You and I, as that one fouled off the catcher, home plate umpire, I should say, David Rackley, and down he goes. Mark Rogal, the Padres trainer, out checking on David Rackley, home plate umpire. Other umpires have come in from their respective spots. Just joining us here, and moments ago, a foul tip off the bat of Jock Peterson, hitting David Rackley, the home plate umpire. And he continues to be checked on here by the Padres training staff. Now to his feet here. Certainly a very good sign. Crew Chief Larry Vanover right alongside him. It's a veteran crew. To David Rackley, the youngest of this crew. Larry Vanover, the crew chief. We'll see if he'll be able to continue today. Behind the plate. So the catcher get hit a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of times umpires do too. This is the crew on hand today for this 4-game series.
Might make a change, huh? One of the umpires is going over near the Dodger dugout. Looks like he may be going to the umpire's room to strap on the gear.
Yeah, Alfonso Marquez headed into the dugout area, so they may be working with a 3-man crew. And switching it up in behind home plate. Gingerly walking off here. And he'll be able to get medical condition or medical treatment right here, right now, as we'll be back right after this. Upton to right center field. Warning track, and it is gone! 2-run home run! Walk it off, Melvin Upton Jr. Let's get it over with. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. All right.
Okay. Yeah, that's what.
Ball 4. Padres win. A new meaning to walk-off win. It has been a lot of fun here over the last couple of days. Couple of walk-offs. Lots of hugging going on the last 2 days.
Listen, I left my house today, and my 4-year-old Gavin said, "Dad, you're going to work, right?" I go, "Yeah, I'm going to work." He goes, "How about a hug?" Right?
Got a hug.
So if your son's going to ask for a hug, then I have to ask, how about a hug? What?
Ready?
Okay, here we go. Yep.
Bring it in.
Yeah, here you go. Bring it in. Come. Just get it tight. Walk-offs. Did you just snort?
He's king snorter.
Oh, my gosh. You can't snort when we're hugging.
All right. If they win again, what's going to happen now? If they win again,
They're going to win today.
I'm going to have to fly up to San Francisco and hug you guys.
Yes.
I'm actually not going to do that. But, man, is it nice to see walk-offs.
Yeah.
And I just feel the love. I think it's important. We saw it on the road trip. Matt Kemp needed love. He got hugs from the whole dugout.
Yes.
That's where it started.
That's where it all started.
It spurred us on.
That's what happened.
And you don't mess with the streak.
No.
You don't.
Never.
And I'm just glad that you're embracing it, because you look like you didn't want any part of it the other night.
Initially, I did not. I'm starting to get used to it.
It's like a player buying into a manager's philosophy. You have to buy into it.
I'm in. I'm all in.
I think that's a great decision.
Well, right now, Colin Ray has got to wait here, as do the players. We wait for a new umpire to come out here. It'll be Alfonso Marquez, who is going to be coming out with the gear.
Could be a double whammy.
Yeah.
Some pitchers might like having a little bit of a blow right there, but, you know, he knows his body. He knows his arm. If he's going to go out there and play a little catch, he might be doing a little stretching right now, but everybody's different in their own little way. A lengthy wait like this, what's it been, like maybe 6-8 minutes, maybe? Not too bad.
1-2 count, too.
Yeah.
And that, I think that favors the pitcher, because as a hitter, you're trying to amp up again. You're locked into that at bat. Obviously, you're behind in the count, but that makes it very difficult.
Almost. Also, I should say, when you look at the scoreboard, nobody out. So this is almost like an extra inning in between innings, and then going out for another inning.
Well, right now the Dodgers employing a 6-man rotation for the moment, and earlier Dave Roberts was asked about that.
It's well documented that when a starter does get that extra day that they perform well. So I think for us, we had Mike Bolsinger, who was coming off a rehab assignment, and to infuse him into the rotation, give all 5 of our starters that extra day, and hopefully that'll help us on the back end. So that's kind of our logic. I think it's nice when you can put another guy in for a temporary 6-man rotation.
When you're talking about the starting rotation for the Dodgers, there's Clayton Kershaw, and then there's everybody else. And in 9 games, 8-1, while on the other side, the other 35, 13-22 with a high earned run average, and it has clearly been the case so far this year.
And somebody's got to pick up the slack if the Dodgers want to make a move and contend in the National League West. Sure, it's early, it's in May, but still, that is a dominant difference, Kershaw and the others. 13-22 ERA, almost 4 and a hay.
Well, I think at first look, you're going to say they have to solve the problem of the other 4 starters. I think it has every indication of Kershaw. Every single 5th day, you're asking him to extend himself. And yes, he can be efficient. Yes, he can rack up strikeouts. But I think everything is done on what Clayton Kershaw needs. And there's times I think Dave Roberts and the staff are going to have to throttle him back a little bit because he doesn't have Zach Greinke behind him. He doesn't have anyone else to support that bullpen, which has struggled in the forthright. So they're going to have to rest and have that 6-man rotation for a little bit, and maybe at times during the season.
Really kind of highlights the decision not to bring Zach Greinke back.
Yeah, it does, and I think that's a surprising move. If you talk to anyone that's in the Dodgers organization, they are shocked at how the offseason really came out. They had an opportunity to sign him early in the year last year, before he went to free agency, and they said, let's wait till the end of the season. Well, after that spectacular season Zach Greinke had, the price shot through the roof.
And how about now, Zach Greinke, the year that he's having? ERA way over 4, almost 5.
The Padres getting ready to travel to San Francisco after the ball game, and here's a look at what you will see in the next 3 games. Again, you get Cueto and Samardzija, but in this series you'll see Peavy mixed in there as well this time around, as Pomeranz, Cashner, and Shields in the 3-game series. It begins tomorrow night. All the action right here on Fox Sports San Diego. You're just joining us. A delay here right now. The home plate umpire David Rackley has just left after a foul tip off the bat of Jock Peterson, and he had to leave the game. As you see the numbers for Johnny Cueto in the last 5 starts, so they're getting a new umpire to take over in behind the plate.
Well, when you look at numbers like this for Johnny Cueto, believe me, pitchers look at the schedule and they start salivating when they have success against a certain team. Against the Padres, the last 5 starts, mind-boggling, eye-popping numbers for Johnny Cueto, and he proved it last time when we saw him here at Petco Park with that complete game gem that he threw.
Well, you look at Johnny Cueto, and he does it so unconventionally. He changes his motion, he changes his timing, and messes with a lot of the hitters' timing and rhythm. And it's fun to watch if you're a baseball fan and you like pitching. That's not bad to watch either.
Yeah.
What a vessel.
The last time we saw Johnny Cueto up against the Padres, he did all the things you're talking about. Changing speeds, changing deliveries, quick pitching, turning his back on the hitter, all kinds of stuff going on with Johnny Cueto.
Putting a little wrinkle here, a little wrinkle there, the off-speed pitch to change up. Going up and out of the zone by design.
And Andy Green said a really good point. He said he knows how to manipulate the baseball and throw the baseball like it looks like a strike and work out of the strike zone. Yeah. And for the Padres to make adjustment against Johnny Cueto, they're going to have to get him on the plate. And he was exposed also and helped by a bigger strike zone. And the command for Johnny Cueto is off the charts.
You know, Mark, you were a defensive player as well. And so we take a look at the West standings. Before we get to that, talk about when you have a guy like Cueto on the mound and doing that. I mean, you're not spending a lot of time on defense. And it's fun to watch.
Yeah, and you're locked into every pitch, and especially with a guy that's throwing strikes. And the only challenge is it's weaker contact. You're seeing a lot of guys he's pitching to contact even out of the strike zone, and you have to worry about those swinging bunts if you're in the infield and all that different stuff. But yes, to your point, you are locked in emotionally and indebted in every pitch because he has a rhythm to his pitching, which is really impressive.
Again, we are waiting for Alfonso Marquez to come out here and get his gear on as David Rackley leaves this game, the home plate umpire, after this foul tip off the bat of Jock Peterson. He's on the ground for a while and then finally leaving kind of gingerly, and now into the game here as the home plate umpire Alfonso Marquez, who had been at second base today for the umpires, and now he will be calling the balls and strikes. A 14-minute delay here at the moment, and Ray will get a couple of warm-up tosses like coming off an inning.
Yeah, it's like pitching a quick inning, going in and having a long inning. Now he's back out there for another one.
Well, with a 1-2 count, and you have that, what's the philosophy from the pitcher's standpoint?
Just attack 1 and 2. I don't think anything changes as far as trying to set him up. I think you've got him 1 and 2. You go, if this game didn't have the delay, just go right after him the same way. He knows the differences or what Jock Peterson is all about.
Now Peterson lined out to center field, and John Jay in the second inning, 0 for 1. Scoreless contest here into the 5th. Ray and Maeda pitching very well today. Six, 7, and 8 for the Dodgers here in the 5th inning.
And also, Mark, you got to think about Peterson as well, right? He knows he's at 1 and 2.
Yep.
So he might be going out of the zone here.
Well, they elevate and he strikes out. Third strikeout for Ray. And that's exactly where Bethancourt wanted it. He was standing up.
Beautiful. Couldn't have placed that any better. Hey, and how about the umpires have to make an adjustment too? Go back to the minor league days. 3-man crew. There's the target. Throw to the glove for the punch out.
One down brings up Yasiel Puig. And a fastball by him. Yeah, all of a sudden now you have to figure out the responsibilities of the first and third umpire, because that's all you're working with. 3 guys. Who's got to be where on what? Covering second base as well. Puig flied out to John Jay in center field in the second inning, 0 for 1. Bounces that one.
Alfonso Marquez, the home plate umpire, has a reputation of having a consistent strike zone. Good reputation throughout the league. But you're going to have to watch that. Both offenses, you're going to have to watch it and see if that strike zone is indeed different.
That's one thing you're not used to seeing, is a different strike zone from a different umpire in the middle of the same outing.
Yeah. And it does come into play. They all have their different characteristics. Some are known for an offensive umpire, some are known for a pitcher's friendly umpires.
And as a pitcher, if you're out there and you throw a pitch, you might think it's a strike, but he calls it a ball. Well, then you have to make the adjustment. If he's going to call that ball off the plate, and you're not really sure of his strike zone, but now it clicks. Oh, yeah, I remember last time. Okay, you're going to go right back out there. Trying to keep the ball away here. One pitch way down and in.
Hey. Ooh, on the backside. Down to first base goes Puig. Not want to do that. 2 strikes on him. Well, a base runner with 1 out.
Yeah, it looked like a cutter. He just wanted to try to do it towards the front hip, and this one just doesn't get out there enough and gets him right in the back pocket.
So 1 out. A hit batter here has Puig at first base, and it brings up A.J. Ellis. Ellis lined out softly to Yangervis Solarte at second base in the 3rd inning. And his second look at Colin Ray. There goes the runner at first right away. The throw from Bethancourt is going to be in time. Got him on the arm. Puig with a head-first slide and a great throw by Christian Bethancourt.
Well, you marvel at the arm of Christian Bethancourt. The high pitch, easier to throw, but it's on the shortstop side. And Yangervis Solarte applying the tag, and you see that left arm of Puig. Watch it. He knows that throw beats him, and he tries to do the best Matrix imitation.
That's good tag, too.
Very good.
Puig did everything he could, but you know what? Solarte slapped it on him. That's a big league play. Boy, Bethancourt so quick with the release, and just a P-rod down to second base.
On a strike, he had Ellis. And the breaking ball grabs that corner for a strike, 1-2.
Actually looked like Puig had a very good jump, but it was a good pitch to throw on. That elevated pitch, a little easier adjustment for the catchers to make. But what a hose.
Flared foul off to the right, hangs at 1-2. Beautiful day here from Petco Park in San Diego. Game 3 of the 3-game series. Padres and Dodgers, the finale of the homestand for the Padres. That breaking ball ends up in the dirt. 4 2/3 innings. It's allowed just one hit, the infield hit to Trace Thompson back in the 2nd inning.
When are we going to do a game out there?
Soon. I feel it.
You better bring your sunscreen on a day game.
This one fouled off to the right, out of play.
You can get a big umbrella out there. Got the Adirondack chairs. Very nice.
Yeah, I think we need to be in the Adirondack chairs when we do it.
That would be fun.
It showcased the Boilers.
Lay back a little bit.
Yeah.
That's not good. It's not a good look. You get the pointer out.
Hopefully he leaves the pointer in the bag.
You're not a fan,
Is
are
the
you?
pointer making the road trip?
Oh, it always travels
great.
well all
That's
the time.
great. Ellis reaches out and lifts a fly ball to short right. Matt Kemp. Gone are the Dodgers in the top of the 5th inning. Nice tag at second base by Yangervis Solarte. Scoreless halfway through.
Bottom of the 5th. Follow Padres Baseball Live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video, highlights, StatCast, news, and much, much more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Future big leaguers right there.
Great day at the beach, even though you're at the ballpark. Outstanding. Melvin Upton Jr. to lead it off here for the Padres in the bottom of the 5th. And a liner to center field. Good way to start this bottom of the 5th inning. There's the Padres' first hit of the day, and it opens up the bottom of the 5th.
That ball was smoked like a Christmas ham. You know that sound, Mark Sweeney?
I love this sound. It's squaring it up.
Return to sender.
So lead runner on here in the 5th inning brings up Brett Wallace. First time the Padres have had their lead runner on today. Wallace hit by a pitch in the 2nd inning. It's a fly ball down the left field line. Thompson will go as far as he can, but That'll make its way foul. Couple of rows back and out of the reach of Thompson.
A lot of thoughts here that Brett Wallace can have with a runner on first base and Melvin having speed. He can try to hit that hole in between first and second base. Look for that breaking ball and hook it in. You see hitters trying to do that, but Chase Utley has moved over just a little bit to cover that. Big part of the field in this situation.
Breaking ball dips down into the dirt. 5 strikeouts so far for Maeda today. Upton, who's got good speed on at first base.
Well, with Maeda very quick to the plate. He'll vary his times. Also that slide step. Look for a ball in the dirt.
Yeah, and you know what also? He's been a strike thrower, so he's going to be around the plate. No walks today, although he did hit Brett Wallace his first time up.
So kind of a start and a stop there at first base for Upton. Did not take off. Trying to time Kenta Maeda right now.
Okay, 2-1. Might see something right here. Good pitch. He doesn't want to go 3-1. Might have Brett Wallace have a good pitch to swing at.
Action count, and here's some action. He takes off, pitches low, no throw, and a straight steal. Upton into scoring position with nobody out.
Pretty surprising there. You see Melvin Upton Jr. really nice jump. Picked a perfect pitch to go on, to your point, Mark, but also A.J. Ellis didn't look like it was even a situation to run. He tries to get this pitch and it's low, but he was surprised that Melvin Upton was even running.
So at second, nobody out. First time the Padres have had a runner reach second base in this game as they continue to bat here in the 5th inning. And the good hitters count for Brett Wallace. Also fouled back. Which was up that he chased.
They were trying to go into Brett Wallace there with the fastball. See the runners in scoring position this season.
That's nice.
Maeda had not given up a hit coming into this inning with a single for Upton, who's now at second base on the stolen base. And a ground ball right side. Utley to the backhand. Jumps up in his throw in time at first base. Nice play by Chase Utley, the second baseman, but the ball hit to the right side. Upton to third base with now one away. Time now for the tools of the trade, brought to you by Ram Trucks.
And we're going to talk about Christian Bethancourt. Oh, does he got some power? Remember on Friday night? Well, one of his tools is that power bat, and you throw one middle in, he's going to turn on it. One of the farthest home runs hit this year. I think he hit it off the auxiliary scoreboard there in left field. Some kind of strong. Christian Bethancourt.
And the infield in all the way around right now for the Dodgers, with Upton at third base, one away. Chance here for the Padres in the 5th. And that is bounced in, blocked by A.J. Ellis.
Now you see Chase Utley going to his right. What a great play, because this turns him around. He gets a lot on that throw, but also good hitting by Brett Wallace.
Yeah, he saved a run there. Utley going to his right, snagging that one. A little protection in the dugout. Is that Fernando? Who is that?
It's Fernando Rodney. Having a good time.
Bethancourt 2-0 here. Strikeout victim back in the 2nd inning. He went swinging, 1 of 5 for Maeda so far in the game.
Well, this next pitch will be interesting. 2-0. See how Maeda goes after Bethancourt.
Your thought process in this situation, because they can put him on and induce that double play.
Yeah.
Are we bothering?
No.
We're keeping you up?
No. I just said, It just came out weirdly.
Yeah. Like you were yawning, kind of. Yeah. What's going on?
Sorry, you want to set your alarm clock?
2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. I find this game exciting, even if you don't.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm having a good time.
I'm locked in.
I'm having a blast.
Try to sleep at night. That'd help out.
Jeez. Be careful.
Walking lead off third for Upton.
Sorry, I'm boring you.
On the ground and through into center field. Here comes Upton from third, and the Padres take a 1-0 lead. Great job by Christian Bethancourt with the infield in, gets it through, and San Diego on top 1-0.
Well, you can see the cutter on the outside part of the plate, off the end of the bat, but using the middle of the field. Infield in, open invitation for an RBI single up the middle. Christian Bethancourt continues his hot streak. We continue our luck with the rally hugs.
Good boy.
Believe it.
1-0 Padres on top. Bethancourt at first base with one away. And Alexei Amarista coming up.
I like how Bethancourt didn't overswing there.
Yes.
Especially after hitting a big home run like that, you think, oh, I can hit one farther. No, just stay within yourself and try to pepper that ball up the middle. That woke me up.
I think. Welcome back.
So glad you're back. The one out, Bethancourt at first base, and Amarista fresh off the DL, activated on Wednesday for the Padres, and grounded out to second base first time up. Now a grounder towards second again, and glove to glove again. Out there and not at first. Safe at first is Amarista. Bethancourt retired. Utley to Seager. 4-6 without a throw. 2 down.
Second time this afternoon we've seen Chase Utley with the glove flip. Yeah, a little humpy hump in that there, and could have been the difference if it was more of a firm type toss to second base, but still, nice play getting the lead runner.
Seen some good glove work by the veteran second baseman today.
Are they going to look at this slide into second base possibly, the Dodgers? Because I think I saw Seager kind of point after he threw that ball. I think he kind of pointed towards the runners, indicating, hey, we might want to take a look at this.
Well, Bob Guerin was on the phone. Apparently they are not. Seager wanted him to, and here we go as Colin Ray, Padres pitcher, bats, and a swing and a miss for strike one. Get a second look at that play around second base. Oh yeah, that's not straight to the bag, is it? Never made contact with the bag.
It's not.
And this is lined into center field. Colin Ray with a base hit. A little jump on that curveball and send it into center.
That's a perfect example of speeding up a hitter's bat. That the pitcher, Colin Ray. Foot was down, hands were back, and just spanking it. Nice, quick, short stroke to the center of the diamond on that curveball.
So the bottom of the order has something going here for San Diego. Runners at first and second, 2 down. Top of the order now bats. There's John Jay having the right guy up with runners in scoring position. How about 481 with a home run and 14 runs batted in.
Top of the Fresca.
That'll miss. Outfield straight away, infield about straight up as well. John Jay, who has flied out to left and who has struck out swinging. I know it is different year to year, but it is amazing how John Jay has really locked in these situations with men in scoring position, taking it to a different level.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're going to do offensively. And when things are going well, it just seems like you always have runners in scoring position. John Jay understands as a leadoff guy, you're going to have the tough situation. You're going to have to get tough RBIs.
John Jay going straight Pat Tabler. I know it's not bases loaded right here, but I think the mentality, Mark Sweeney, would be you have to put all the mojo on the pitcher.
Yeah.
Because and say to yourself, hey, the pressure's on him.
Yes.
Not me. Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
Pat Tabler, a career like 470 hitter with the bases loaded. But John Jay, great with runners in scoring position here.
taking 3-0, and he takes a strike barely, grabbing that outside corner. Well, the umpires here working with a 3-man crew after David Rackley left with an injury, the home plate umpire. And so now you get Chris Guccione, third base umpire, standing over by second base. That's ball 4, and the bases are loaded. It's the first walk of the day given up by Maeda. He has had some exploding innings on him during the course of the year.
Well, last time out against the Angels, only 4 innings, and he has been struggling. That's the reason why Rick Honeycutt goes out for a meeting, and also the interpreter goes out. Just have a discussion with him, maybe give him a breather. But if you're the Padres, you have to capitalize in these big situations.
Yeah, the last 4 starts for Maeda, 21 2/3 innings pitched. You know, hits, fewer hits than innings pitched, but 14 earned runs and 9 walks. That's a lot of base runners and a lot of working out of the stretch.
Well, to this point of the game, he's been very good through the first 4 and not giving up a hit. In this inning, he's given up 3 hits and so far 1 run, but now in a bases loaded jam. By far the hardest he's had to work all day right here in the 5th inning, and he's not out of it yet.
And not overpowering enough to where he can throw a mistake and get away with it.
Exactly.
He leaves one up in the zone here. That's 3-run shot, or grand slam. I'm sorry, grand slam written all over it.
Yeah, you're watching this game. He's falling in love with his secondary stuff, especially with runners in scoring position. So when there's a time you have to sit on an off-speed pitch, right here is when you have to do it.
Will Myers. Myers will golf it foul off to the right, out of play.
Mark, that was it. Good call.
Yeah, and you see the secondary stuff. It's even the cutter, which is off a variation of the fastball. But then the slower breaking ball, and he is nibbling on the corners, even down in the strike zone.
This is filled with Padres. Amarista, Ray, and Jay. Myers late there on the 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Right back to the gas, and it's 0-2.
When you sit breaking ball, you're late on the fastball. You see it pitching over the barrel by Maeda.
He's had 2 pitches this at bat, 1 and 2, to do some damage.
Myers fouls it back. Another fastball. Back-to-back fastballs from Maeda. Myers, the 7th member of the Padres to bat here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Myers gets jammed again. A little more on that fastball for Maeda. Healthy diet of him now, though.
Yeah, you would think after 3 straight fastballs, he might give him a different look, and maybe that slower breaking ball here.
Myers now, the inning continues. Matt Kemp waiting on deck.
Well, it's worth noting Maeda 1 wild pitch this year.
Bases loaded for the Padres, and an 0-2 pitch. Myers will pop it up, shallow right. In comes Puig, still coming, and Puig can't make the catch. It'll get by him. This could clear the bases. Myers headed for second base and beyond. Throw comes plateward. 3 are in. Myers stands at third, and San Diego takes a 4-0 lead. Puig gambling in right, and a bad gamble.
Well, credit Will Myers for battling off the previous pitches, and he gets a mistake by the right fielder. Yasiel Puig does not get a good break off of this baseball, and you could see him at the end diving after that baseball. This is a huge break for the Padres, and they capitalize on a right fielder that did not read the ball off the bat.
The 8th member of the Padres to bat here in the 5th inning will be Matt Kemp. They credit him with a triple, and the 3 RBIs puts the Padres on top 4-0. Matt Kemp 0 for 2 today. So again, that imploding inning for Maeda has happened again.
Gotta wonder where this Dodger team really is mentally.
That's a strike, and it evens at 1-1.
See him in between pitches. A lot of the infielders have their hands on their hips, looking down. Bad body language from a team that's searching for their identity this series.
Kemp with a foul tip.
Tell you what, Petco Park kind of sounded like the Boston Garden back in the 80s when the Celts were playing the Lakers.
Lawrence Bird. That's all I got to say.
L. Bird.
Oh.
Beat L.A.
Well, we've heard it all weekend, and today Padres fans really enjoying this. Chance to sweep the Dodgers in the 3-game series. Kemp will lift it to center, and out there is Jock Peterson. This was the 30th pitch of the inning from Maeda, and it ends the inning, but a 4-run inning for San Diego. Will Myers clearing the bases with what works out to be a triple. It's 4-0 Padres. Padres baseball brought to you by Mercury Insurance. We're on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com today. By Sycuan Casino. Sign up for the new Padres Club card today. And by USAA, proudly serving the needs of the military community for over 90 years. Welcome back to Military Sunday here at Petco Park in San Diego. Kike Hernandez going to pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. So Maeda done as Ray with a curveball to begin this inning. Now has a 4-0 lead over the Dodgers. Kike Hernandez, 200 average, 2 homers, 8 runs batted in. Had a start in this series, mainly coming off the bench.
We say it so many times, and I know a lot of fans are out there watching right now and are thinking the same thing. So important right now to quickly get back in that dugout for the Padres. Quick inning for Colin Ray here.
The old shutdown inning after a 4-run bottom of the 5th for San Diego. Hernandez, Utley, and Seager expected in the inning. 9-1-2.
I know we've talked about it before, but the Dodgers have to be concerned with Maeda. Very passive approach, not throwing his fastball a lot, and not getting deep in the ball games.
Yeah, he ends up throwing 84 pitches. This is not what Ray wanted to do. A leadoff walk. Kike Hernandez down to first base to get the top of the 6th started. See Baez up now in the Dodgers pen. Looks like he'll be coming in on the bottom half of this inning. Today's game is presented by HD by Sony. So leadoff walk. That is the 2nd walk allowed by Colin Ray. He had walked Corey Seager back in the 4th inning. Zips a fastball up and away to Chase Utley. Utley 0 for 2, fouling out to Myers, the first baseman, and flying out to the warning track in left. And now Bethancourt headed out to talk to Colin Ray, and he'll be joined by Darren Balsley, the pitching coach, coming out as well.
Yeah, even the visit to break the rhythm. You want to get in that rhythm, stay in that rhythm, get in there quickly, and Darren Balsley doing all the talking here. And you know what? I talked to Darren quite a bit and learned very much from him. And he tells me that when a pitcher is struggling with location like that, and you kind of saw him motion with his hand, like get up on top of the ball and spin the ball out in front, get out in front, extend. Let's see if that makes an adjustment right here for Colin Ray.
They walked Hernandez to begin the inning, falls behind Chase Utley. And Utley lines it into left field, opposite field, base hit. Here come the Dodgers here in the 6th inning. A walk and a single to begin this inning.
You know, I know hitters think along with pitchers, at least they try to,
Yes.
Mark, but after the visit right there, it's almost as if Chase Utley was anticipating a pitch like that and just being nice and easy to the ball.
Open invitation to look fastball, and if you get it, you got to go the other way.
Yasiel Puig unable to make that catch. It led to 3 runs out there in right field, really gambling on that play, diving to try to make it once it got by him. Everybody running, and Myers ended up with a bases clearing triple. Foul back off the bat of Corey Seager. 333 with runners in scoring position this year, and he's knocked in 15.
Well, he's grounded into 4 double plays this year, Corey Seager.
Solarte cheating in from second base, trying to keep that runner close as Kevin Quackenbush now warms in the Padres pen. Nobody out here in the 6th inning. Seager grounds it foul. Walk and a single begins the 6th inning for the Dodgers. With Hernandez at second, Utley at first. 1-2 to Seager. On the ground and through into right field, a base hit. Hernandez being waved around. He will score the first Dodgers run of the day. It's an RBI single to right for Seager. Utley takes third. And Los Angeles on the board here in the top of the 6th inning. Well, start of the leadoff walk.
Well, after the changeup, he goes to the breaking ball that's down in the strike zone. But credit Corey Seager going with that pitch and driving it in between first and second base for the RBI single.
Well, that's going to do it for Colin Ray. We saw Darren Balsley out there before. Andy Green is going to go get Ray with runners at first and third and nobody out. The pitching change from Petco Park. Upton with a base hit to get it started as a stolen base for Melvin Upton Jr. Got him into scoring position. Bethancourt will drive this through the brought in infield and scored Upton. And the Padres had the bases loaded. Will Myers with this to short right field. Puig can't catch it, and it gets by him. Myers gets credit for a triple. All 3 runs scoring there, and the Padres take a 4-0 lead. Myers kept it going to third base. Dodgers have answered with a run so far here in the top of the 6th inning, chasing Colin Ray from the game. And his pitching change is brought to you by El Cajon Ford and Kevin Quackenbush into the game.
Kevin got the win on Friday night against these Dodgers in that 1-run game. 24th game for the veteran right-hander. He inherits 2 runners. That's been kind of the kryptonite for the relievers. Inherited runners, leaving them out there. They've been scoring.
Well, first and third, and Howie Kendrick does not like strike one.
37-38% of the inherited runners have scored, and above the average in Major League Baseball.
Or the first, and almost handcuffed. Myers there on the throw. Myers holding on Corey Seager at first. Chase Utley at third. And Quackenbush pretty good in this area. 8 of 9 have been stranded. In the dirt, gets away from Bethancourt, and from third base comes Utley. He scores the second Dodgers run of the day, and it's now 4-2 Padres.
He
yanked it.
Yeah, he yanks this curveball, and you can see Bethancourt a little slow to his right, not getting that body out for that breaking ball, but that was in the left-hander's batter's box.
So the wild pitch scores Utley and gets Seager into scoring position. Now at second base. Line caught at first base by Myers. Full extension. Will Myers on the ground. That had right field written all over it. Myers says no.
Well, so many times we talk about the shift. Well, Will Myers has played over in that hole, benefiting from that shift, him individually, and you can see Howie Kendrick. He's amazed. That ball was drilled, but defensively, what a gem by Will Myers.
So it is just the first out of the inning, and spectacular it was, as now Adrian Gonzalez. 0 for 2 in the game, has struck out swinging and flied out to center field. Foul back to the screen.
You know, I mentioned that inherited runners number, but for Kevin Quackenbush going to this game, 89% have been stranded, which is a pretty darn good number.
Yes.
But overall, it's something that the Padre bullpen could maybe do a little bit better on.
Ray has been charged with the 2 runs that have scored this inning. He's still responsible for Seager, who's at second base. Fouled off to the left, and it's even now at 2-2. Quackenbush worked in the first game of the series, going an inning. Not allow a run. He's dealing with left-handed hitting Adrian Gonzalez, and lefties hitting at just 154 against Quackenbush, who's actually been better against lefties than he has right-handers. And Gonzalez will foul this off to the left out of play.
Looks like he's sitting that breaking ball. He is late on that fastball.
This Adrian missed 4 straight games with back stiffness and making his second straight start and returning after the back problem.
Hey guys, I think that's why Quackenbush has had success against lefties, is that curveball and that changeup going down and away, and that 12-6 curveball that's tough to square up from the left side.
Sharply hit, but foul. Behind Tarek Brock, first base coach for the Padres.
Now Gonzalez turning on that fastball. Let's see if he goes to that slower breaking ball here.
That's why if I threw a pitch and a hitter barreled up a fastball, pulled it foul, I'm going next pitch change up. That's just one guy's opinion there.
To center field, and that's going to fall for a base hit. Around from second comes Seager, and this is a one-run game. Dodgers have come back with 3 runs here in the 6th inning so far, and this time it's Adrian Gonzalez driving it in.
That pitch looked like a fastball, and remember, he pulled that fastball the pitch prior, and this one, sending it right back up the middle. Looks like a four-seamer. Gets on top of it.
Now, really too good of a hitter to give him the same look. It was very similar for 4 straight pitches. Right at the top of the strike zone, and he's going to make that adjustment.
Still only 1 out here in the Dodgers' 6th inning. So that closes the book on Colin Ray, charged with 3 runs in 5+. A strike to Trace Thompson. The bats here with 1 out and a runner at first in the 6th inning. Single and a ground out for the Dodgers left fielder. Thompson didn't think so on either strike, but he is down in the count 0-2. In the air to left field. Back goes Upton. Still going onto the warning track. Will make the catch in front of the wall. Back to first goes Gonzalez. He had gotten all the way to second base on that long fly ball, but it is a loud out, and there are 2 down.
0-2 count, and too good of a pitch for Kevin Quackenbush. You see the breaking ball, it's elevated. Trace Thompson gets this off the end of the bat. And again, Melvin Upton Jr. with his glove work in the warning track. It's been very good.
Well, interesting that it was Thompson last night who made the catch in front of the wall on Melvin Upton Jr., and Melvin Upton Jr. has returned the favor today. So 2 down, Adrian Gonzalez at first. And Jock Peterson hits his 3rd at bat of the day. Peterson lined out to center in the 2nd, struck out swinging in the 5th. On the ground up the middle, it'll find its way into center field. Gonzalez rounds second. Peterson with a base hit, and that is hit number 4 of the inning now for the Dodgers.
Taking it right back where it came from. For Hopper over the mound, over second base, and continues for the Dodgers.
Brandon Maurer now up in the pen. Strange to see him warming at this juncture of the game, but right now the Padres having trouble. Used to Maurer being the 8th inning guy for San Diego, but Quackenbush running into trouble here in relief of Colin Ray, the starter, went just 5+, and gives up 3 runs on 3 hits, walked 2, struck out 3, and hit a batter. 8th batter this inning, and looking to atone for a misplay in right field that led to 3 runs is Yasiel Puig, who now bats. This is the 5th batter Quackenbush has faced since coming in. Strike called in that outside corner. Popped up right side of the infield. Myers underneath it. He'll put it away to end the inning, but the Dodgers put a 3 spot on the board and make this a 1-run game. 5.5 done. It's San Diego on top of Los Angeles, 4-3.
Final game of the 3-game series. Now crunch time, first and second. Quackenbush going after Puig. Fastball away, 1-1. Now watch this pitch, middle in. That looks like, you think it should be a pitch that does some damage from Yasiel Puig. See his frustration there, but hey, sometimes you throw it right down the middle, you get burned. Sometimes they pop it up and you get out of the inning,
and sometimes they break their bat in frustration.
Yep. Wasn't the bat's fault.
Good pitcher into the game. Pedro Baez takes over now for Kenta Maeda, who's pinch hit for last inning. 20th appearance for Baez. 4.50 earned run average. Better against lefties than he is righties. Just a 143 batting average for left-handed hitters. And it'll be Solarte leads it off here from the left side to begin things in the bottom of the 6th inning. Jan Hervis has grounded out to second base, fouled out to the second baseman Chase Utley. And the fastball, you see the good fastball speed there at 96 miles an hour. A couple of inherited runners allowed to score by Quackenbush before getting the final out. Off balance cut there has Solarte fooled and down 0-2 in the changeup.
Nice changeup at 87. Baez has got a good arm. You see the high ERA, but as a reliever, you know, you have an outing where you give up 2 or 3, maybe 4 runs. It could just be one outing that escalates the ERA.
Solarte, Upton, and Wallace expected here in the home half of the 6th inning. Two strikeouts, 7 walks allowed by Baez out of that Dodgers pen. And this has been a problem for the Dodgers, their pen. We've seen it in the series. They've seen it in the last 17 games. Swing and a miss, and changing up again to strike out Solarte.
That's a darn good combo right there. You can see it staying on top of it, which is key. Start to work underneath it a little bit. Might be a little flat, but great arm action by Baez. And that's the key, get him way out in front.
One down here in the 6th inning brings up Melvin Upton Jr. Fly to right, single to center. Also has a stolen base and a run scored. Second consecutive opening day for Baez on the major league roster with the Dodgers. Sub gets Solarte. Lefties are 3 for 22 against him.
Well, those numbers against lefties, I think it has a lot to do with the changeup. When he first started as a pitcher, he was basically primarily fastball and then occasional slider. Very proud of that fastball. He's made some adjustments. This is a former third baseman for the Dodgers organization that they transferred into a pitcher because of that prized arm.
Popped up foul off to the right. 97 that time. That's the hardest thrown pitch we've seen from Baez. He said he's proud of that fastball. You can see why.
Yeah. He can get behind it, and also he can pitch at the top of the strike zone too and still get swing and miss.
Maeda today went 5 innings, giving up 4 hits, 4 runs. Walked a batter, struck out 5. Through 84 pitches. Swing and a miss as Upton late on that fastball at 98.
It's coming right at you. That's middle in. Kind of straight though.
They like the straight ball.
Yeah.
Upton fouls it straight back, 97 miles an hour that time.
Would that be the William Tell fastball? Just straight as an arrow?
Yeah, and I think it's almost Robin Hood like.
Nice. There it is, the four-seamer, straight as a string.
Outside, Owen running away, full count. Brett Wallace waiting on deck. Padres trying to answer a 3-run top of the 6th inning by the Dodgers. Holding on to a 1-run lead now. They had some breathing room on top 4-0, but complexion of this one has changed very quickly. Popped up. That'll get back and out of play. A lot of fastballs here from Baez since coming into this game.
You know, with that velocity, it's so hard to stay off of that fastball that's elevated because it looks so good out of the hands and has carry in the hitting area. And that's the reason why you see a lot of hitters that will offer at that pitch. And good for Melvin to just fight that off and give himself another opportunity.
In the air, down the right field line. Puig on the run towards the line, and he'll have a play and foul ground, and he makes it. So a long way to go there for Puig, but kept his eye on it the entire time, and in foul ground makes the catch on Upton for the second out here at the bottom of the 6th inning. They'll bring up Brett Wallace. Hit by a pitch in the 2nd, grounded out to second base in the 5th. Two down here in the 6th inning. Swing and a miss for strike 1. That time changed up after all those fastballs.
So we've seen 98 fastball, 88 cambio, 10-mile-an-hour differential. And then you look at Fernando Rodney, and he's like 16 to 18, maybe 20.
You see the different speeds that he features, fastball and the changeup, and that's going to drop in there for a strike.
Well, with the changeup, you see the arm speed. The location is good as well. First pitch, swing and miss, and that's the located changeup right there.
On the ground, up the middle, ranging from short is Seager. Nice rangy play. Ended up on the right side of the infield on that bounding ball and ends the inning. Padres down in order. To the 7th we go. 4-3 San Diego. Colin Ray started this game and started very well through the first 4 innings and given up just 1 hit. As Ray started the game, and then back came the Padres here to get on the board. Base hit for Bethancourt that scored Upton, and then this to right field. We can't make the catch. Plays it into a triple that scores 3 runs. 3 RBIs for Myers at one point. A 4-0 Padres lead, with the Dodgers come back with 3 in the top of the 6th inning. We head now to the 7th. And that is Ryan Buchter's inning, and here he is.
You know, no pun intended when I say this, but in all seriousness, a couple of hot hands in that bullpen being left-handed. Brad Hand has come through, chewed up some innings, 4 innings in Milwaukee. He pitched last night as well and did well out of the bullpen. 2 solid innings, and Ryan Buchter, a hot hand out of that bullpen, throwing the ball extremely well. Look at the strikeouts.
Staggering.
In innings pitched, 10 more strikeouts than innings pitched, and the splits are just phenomenal.
A.J. Ellis leads it off, gets his face out of the way of a fastball up and in. Some defensive changes here as part of the switch for the Padres. The pitcher spot was coming up 3rd in the bottom half of this inning, and they had made a host of changes. This one fouled off to the right, out of play. Well, Rosales has come into the game at shortstop now. Rosales is at short. It is Solarte at 3rd and Amarista at 2nd. A.J. Ellis will foul it back to the screen. Ellis has lined out to 2nd, popped out to 2nd, both times using Solarte. Justin Turner has come out on deck here now for the Dodgers. He would bat in the pitcher's spot. 1-2 inside. Back-to-back sellouts here for the Padres this weekend. 43,100 on hand here today for the day game, the finale of this 3-game series. So a fly ball to shallow center. Incoming is Jay. And he'll get there. Plenty of time to spare for the first out here of the 7th inning. So 1 down for Buchter. Here comes Turner to pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. And the day off until now. Started the first 2 games of the series at 3rd base and has a .227 average, 2 homers, 11 runs driven in. Wild swing and a miss, and a fastball for strike 1. Well, Hatcher getting ready. He had been up a couple of times last night, did not get into the game. Stuck with Sal right to the end of the game last night, as it turned out. Thought they may make a change. Turner pinch hitting here in the pitcher's spot. 1 out in the Dodgers' 7th inning. What has made Booker so successful this year?
Not afraid to bury the fastball into the righties. Good location of the fastball, getting ahead and then making hitters chase by design out of the zone. I've been very, very impressed.
Turner to left field. Upton takes a look and watches this one go. Pinch hit home run ties the game for Turner. Dodgers have come all the way back from a 4-run deficit. Now tied 4-4. Rare mistake by Ryan Buchter.
Well, remember I was talking about the fastball in. This one just does not get in enough. And it's almost as if Turner anticipating a fastball in because that's his go-to pitch. He spins on it. To tie it up.
So a tie game. 1 out in the 7th inning, and Chase Utley now the batter. Well, it has been the bullpen that has been so good for the Padres. Victor allows the home run. Kevin Quackenbush allowing a few inherited runners to score. And it's a 4-4 game. Looked like a strike, called a ball.
Hey, you got to erase it from the hard drive, right?
It's gone.
That's what makes pitchers effective, the good ones. How they bounce back after adversity.
And they're almost ducking into that breaking ball.
Can't let it rattle you.
That's the thing. Buchter really has not experienced this year.
That's a good point. A lot of clean innings.
Last night came in and had 3 strikeouts. There's a pop-up foul off to the left. Ray 1-5, Quackenbush an inning. Buchter has gone a 3rd. Corey Seager waiting on deck as Utley bats right now with a count of 2-2. Line into the shift. It's Amarista in short right. It's got a long throw, and he'll get it there just in time. So the shift working out very well there, and Utley retired 4-3 from short right field, 2 down.
You know, right when this ball is struck, you're anticipating a base hit, but the spray charts show that if the pitcher hit his spot, sure it could be hit sharply, but there's a defender there. Still plenty of time for him to make the throw to get Utley by 2 steps.
2 down here in the 7th inning brings up Corey Seager. Lines one to center. Jay coming in, and it's sinking fast, but Jay able to make the catch out there before it hits the grass. A home run for Justin Turner off Ryan Buchter. And the Dodgers have tied this game 4-4 here from Petco Park in San Diego. It is 7th inning stretch, and we'll keep it right here at the ballpark. For God Bless America.
It's time for the 7th inning stretch. Before we sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game here on Military Sunday, please stand and welcome back Staff Sergeant Jean Verget from the 701st Combat Operations Squadron, March Air Reserve Base in Riverside. Please sing along as he presents God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Out here in the bottom of the 7th inning, as the Dodgers have tied it up and brought on a new pitcher, their third of the game, as Chris Hatcher checks into his 20th game of the year. See what he does against lefties, 107.
Yeah, we talked about the bad times, the numbers recently for the Dodgers bullpen, but they've got some good arms. We just saw Baez. Now Chris Hatcher has got a live arm as well. Boy, owning lefties and righties, having their way with them.
Bottom third of the Padres order expected here in the 7th inning. Christian Bethancourt leads it off, pops it up, back and out of play. Running behind the screening behind home plate. Bethancourt has struck out swinging and had an RBI single today. Padres win an order in the 6th inning. Pedro Baez in relief of Kenta Maeda. Now Dave Roberts has moved on to his third pitcher of the day. Strike called. The outside corner to Bethancourt. Sound coming over the PA there at the last possible second, and Hatcher kind of stopped. One-two pitch and a pop-up on the first base line. Adrian Gonzalez in fair ground will make the catch for the first out of the 7th inning.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
One down in the 7th inning brings up Alexei Amarista. Amarista started the game at shortstop, has now moved over to second base. As part of a double switch that now has Adam Rosales waiting on deck. With the pitcher spot now being 6th in the Padres order. Amarista has grounded out twice, once to second base in the 3rd and once into a fielder's choice in the 5th inning. On the grass at 3rd is Kendrick, and he shows bunt again, but will take a pitch up top and move ahead 2-0. Another hard thrower in this game for the Dodgers.
At the right side of the infield, Gonzalez and Utley playing way back this way. It wouldn't be a bad idea maybe to drag one with him, because in at third base is Kendrick.
Ahead in the count, 3-0. Saw Baez throwing 97, 98. Hatcher coming in throwing at 96. And there is Rosales waiting on deck. In there for a strike, 3-1. Hatcher now the most relief appearances for the Dodgers this year. Lefty's hitting at just 107 as we showed you, and here's Amarista trying to find his way on here in the 7th. He'll take ball 4 and will find his way on with 1 out in the 7th inning. The second walk of the night allowed by Dodgers pitching. Hatcher going to work on that right cleat after the 1-out walk to Amarista. Here comes Adam Rosales.
Once again, remember we mentioned Baez with the straight fastball. Hatcher seems to have the same type of fastball, pretty straight.
Not a lot of movement one way or the other. Big league hitters can hit fastballs that are straight.
And another key is try not to pull that pitch. If you get one outer half, try to drive it to right center field, maybe up the center of the diamond. So take a look at the defense. Jack Peterson once again likes to play on the deep side.
Throw to first, and Amarista diving back to the outfield side of the bag that time. Popped up left side. Seager into foul ground, and the Dodgers shortstop makes the grab for the second out here in the 7th inning.
That was a hanger. That looked like the old cement mixer. Breaky ball, look at that. Oh, belt buckle out front and working underneath it just a little bit, not staying on it long enough. Hey, easier said than done, don't get me wrong.
Two down in the inning. Amarista still at first base on a spectacular day in San Diego. Amarista with a start and a stop at first base, didn't go on the pitch outside.
This is Orsillo's boat right here.
I have a paddle boat that I pedal out to the middle of the bay. My vessel. Throw to first and close, but back to the bag barely is Amarista.
Adrian Gonzalez is so quick with that glove. A quick move by Hatcher. And Don, you made a good point earlier. You dive. Ooh, that was close. You dive to the outside part of the bag, the outfield side of the bag. It's a longer tag for the first baseman.
Adrian came in, giving his coaching staff a chance to take a look at that. They decided they were not going to challenge it. Amarista regains his lead again. Outside for ball 2. Top of the Padres order batting. Amarista again will have to duck back. They've been very concerned with him. He's not yet tried to steal. Amarista takes off, the pitch outside, the throw is going to be close, and he is safe at second base. Stolen base for Amarista. In the scoring position with 2 down here in the 7th.
Well, you can almost smell that one coming. After a few pitches, you get to know the delivery of the pitcher. Hatcher uses the high leg kick. He is in safely. Stay on the bag, stay on the bag. Head first slide, stay on the bag. Safe.
Great look right there.
Yeah.
He's pretty much at full speed in that first step. Amarista getting the jump at first. Ellis out to talk briefly with Hatcher.
These are the average major league numbers. We can talk about time. Pitcher to catcher when he lifts his leg, 1.35 to 1.4 average. Catcher to second base, 2 seconds on the average. So if a pitcher's 1.4 or more, that's slow. Guys 1.1 or 1.29, that's very quick.
On the ground towards shortstop. Seager with a little stumble from one knee. The throw is dug out by Gonzalez on a very nice play at first base. So Jay and the Padres are gone. We're headed to the 8th, still tied 4-4.
Arizona significant. 2 reasons. Zack Greinke on the mound, a former Dodger, and the Padres will likely see him on Friday after the Giants series. They take on the Diamondbacks.
Well, you saw Greinke. He was donning the 9th set of uniforms by the Diamondbacks that time. But they are going to see him. He hasn't had a successful year, even though the record indicates he's all right. But upwards of 5 ERA. That's not good enough for Zack Greinke.
5-3 record. When you get a little bit of offense behind you, is the case with Greinke. That gets you caught up on one of the games. We'll have more highlights from around the league when we see you on the post-game show. Also break down everything that happens here on the field as the Padres continue a push toward a sweep. Maybe some more late-inning heroics would be fantastic. All that plus Andy Green will get you ready for the Giants when we see you after the final out. Don and Mark.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. As a fly ball to center field by Howie Kendrick, sending Jay back, and that ball is going to be gone. Home run for Howie Kendrick on the first pitch, served up by Brandon Maurer here in the 8th. Puts the Dodgers on top 5-4. Right up and into the San Diego beach. Kendrick with his first of the year.
First pitch looked like a slider, and Howie Kendrick was right on it. Doesn't mean you can't throw him a slider. It was just poorly located down the heart of the plate.
Staying on it, taking it right to center field.
Now Adrian Gonzalez batting with the bases empty. Now the Padres had a 4-0 lead here today, but the Dodgers have come all the way back and taken a 5-4 lead. And Gonzalez fouls it straight back. Tell the tape on that home run, 404 feet. Out to right center field. And a tough start to this outing for Mauer. On the ground up the middle, the shift is there, and so is Solarte with his throw in time to get Gonzalez. How close to this was this ball to getting out of the yard? And it looks like right on top of the wall there, and in that kind of that shelf right beyond the wall, and San Diego Beach out there that we look at from time to time. And let's take a look at the Mauer numbers. 22nd appearance.
Fourth home run surrendered by Brandon Mauer in his 22nd game.
Trace Thompson getting his 4th at bat. Make sure everybody's all right out there.
Yeah, I didn't see those fans try to move or attempt to move as that ball was
kind of landed in their laps.
Yeah,
out there in right center field in first row.
And I hope everybody's okay.
Fly ball center field. This will be playable for John Jay. Looking up into the high sky here today and makes the catch for out number 2 of the 8th.
Well, it's got the script for late inning heroics, does it not, Mr. Orsillo?
It does. You get the big guys coming up. 2, 3, and 4 for the Padres in the bottom of the 8th inning. And you know, the Dodgers bullpen has not been good. The Padres will try to take advantage of it again. Mr. Grant.
You have nice manners.
Since we're going to be so formal.
Once in a while I like to drop a mister.
Fouled off to the left out of play. Sellout crowd today at Petco Park. Back-to-back sellouts last night and today. Swing and a miss. Good pitch. Running away that time from Peterson. Has him down 1-2. Just kept going away on the changeup.
Changeup, yeah. Fastball arm speed, grip, takes a lot off. Has the illusion of a fastball. Looks like a pump, feels like a sneaker.
Time called very late. There's some things you say that I have to think about. There's others that I just never get.
Right.
And that's one of them. A swing and a foul tip for strike 3. Well, a lead now for the Dodgers after the home run by Kendrick. Will Myers will lead it off. We come back as the Padres trail by a run. The Dodgers have come back with 3 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. And it is a 5-4 Los Angeles lead. To the bottom of the 8th inning we go. And Dave Roberts using his 4th arm of the day. It's Lewis Coleman again into the game.
A third of an inning yesterday against these Padres, and Coleman, who's got that funky delivery, throws across his body in for his 21st game. He's tossed scoreless release in 14 of his last 15 games. That's dating back to April 25th. And once again, the splits are just very drastic. Almost 300 against lefties, 111 in righties.
Well, difference in the game. Howie Kendrick leadoff home run in the top half of this, the 8th inning off Brandon Maurer. And for Kendrick, his first home run of the year. Well, the Padres coming up here, trailing by a run. Myers, Kemp, and Solarte scheduled to bat.
Padres need a bloop and a blast, or Annual kind of a run or two to tie it or take the lead.
Those guys had a flair for the dramatic late in games. Will Myers at 351, 7th inning or later. And a triple to clear the bases in the 5th inning. He had started the game with the first 5. There he is. Jansen, who blew the save in the first game of the series. First walk-off home run that he has allowed, and see if he may be going for more than just the 1 inning in this game for Dave Roberts. We'll see. Padres have other ideas as they bat here in the bottom of the 8th. And Myers ahead 2-0. Ball 3. Padres left Amarista in scoring position in the 7th. San Diego stranding 3 base runners in the game. There's a strike, and right at the bottom of the zone.
Mentioned it the other day about Lewis Coleman, the crossfire. Look where his foot is on the rubber, and then look where his front foot is throwing across his body. That's hiding the ball well. Coming at the left hip pocket of the right-handed hitter, Will Myers. You got to really keep your front shoulder tucked in there.
How about a leadoff walk to begin the bottom of the 8th inning? Well, now it's time for the In the Driver's Seat, brought to you by Kia, and some good defense today by the Padres. Christian Bethancourt with a good throw, and Will Myers on a hot shot at first base as well.
Christian Bethancourt has got a howitzer for an arm there, and Will Myers diving to his right to take one away. That's money.
Well, defense has been very good for the Padres, not only today, but in the series. Not made an error. Good caught stealing, and a double play turned by the Padres. Lead runner on here in the 8th. Matt Kemp 0 for 3 in the ball game. The former Dodger will take strike 1. Kemp with 10 home runs on the year. Wild swing and a pitch down and away. Down 0-2. Seems like he's been getting a healthy diet of sliders.
Yep. And you're probably going to see another one right here.
Bluffing is Coleman, looking the runner back at first, and Myers. In the dirt, good play by Ellis to the backhand that time, kept that from the backstop.
Coleman has yet to give up a long ball this year. With 2 strikes, trying to have Matt Kemp chase for something, throwing some chum out there on the outside part of the plate, and a nice backhand by Ellis. Fish ain't biting on that one.
On the ground, foul. We'll do it again, 1-2.
You see on that last swing, Matt Kemp is like his backside. He wasn't going towards the baseball because of the arm angle on the pitch, kind of backing off a little bit and then trying to swing at it. taking all the power out of that swing as you take a look at the Pods box score this afternoon.
Back to the bag at first is Myers, had to dive back. Swing and a miss, and there it is. Back to the slider to strike out Kemp. First out of the 8th inning.
Low 3/4 arm angle and back to the slider, as you mentioned. Only one fastball this at bat. And the back foot going out from the backside of Matt Kemp there for the strikeout.
First out of the 8th, and Myers still at first base. Yangervis Solarte coming up. He is grounded out to second, fouled out to Chase Utley, the second baseman, and struck out swinging. As again they check on Myers. In on the grass at third is Howie Kendrick. Now backs up a step, but still at the lip of the grass. And he's going to back up even more now. Jock Peterson, center fielder, over towards right center, playing Solarte to pull. It's a room out there in left center. Now, the way he is throwing across his body, that's not something you would teach.
No. Tremendous strain, I would think, on the arm. Although Lewis Coleman has probably been doing it for a long, long time, and you get accustomed to that. And let's face it. You know, the human body pitching, it's a freak of nature that, you know, there's always going to be injuries, but there are guys who have funky deliveries and then just never have injuries. But no,
foul.
I would not be teaching that. You know what? Our own Randy Jones didn't have the velocity of Lewis Coleman, but Randy, being a two-seamer sinker baller, he threw across his body to get that deception and be able to turn the ball over a little bit. I mean, if you look at old footage of Randy, boy, he really threw across his body.
And what was his injury record? Not much, right?
Not much, no.
One out here in the 8th with Myers at first base.
And looking at Coleman's track record, the only time he's been on the DL was back in 2014. He had a bone bruise on his right middle finger, so not arm related.
Trying to pick up that outside corner and missed. The batter's only hitting at 161 against Coleman. Kansas City Royal up until this year. Ground ball foul outside of first base, and a full count now. Out goes A.J. Ellis here to talk with Lewis Coleman.
I'm thinking that, you know, down and into that slider, even being a right-handed pitcher thrown across the body, like I think it's still effective to a left-handed hitter because it's a totally different angle. And then you throw the wrinkle in one. That's tough to square up.
Villanueva and Rodney. Villanueva, if the score remains the same. Rodney, if the Padres tie it up or take the lead. Runner goes at first. There's a ground ball right side, and no play at second for Utley, so he fires to first. And that keeps the Padres out of the double play, as it turns out that time, by starting. Will Myers worked out pretty well. We're now 2 away. Love it up to Junior. Looking for some late inning heroics again. Of course, Friday night. Walking it off. Last night, nearly walking it off. just shy of the wall in left field. Now he bats with a tying run in scoring position. 2 outs in the 8th inning. And here comes Dave Roberts. Looks like he is going to make a double switch, which will include bringing in his closer. It's Jansen warming up in the pen. So we will step aside with a pitching change from Petco. 5-4 Dodgers. Your San Diego County Lexus dealer. By Tough Turtle Turf, the industry's only lifetime turf. And by USAA, the official military appreciation partner of the San Diego Padres. Now back at Petco Park, the Padres have the tying run in scoring position at second base in Myers. 2 outs in the inning, and here is the Dodgers closer. 13 out of 14 in save opportunities. Dave Roberts looking for 4 outs from him here today. Melvin Upton Jr. bats and takes ball 1.
Well, if the situation is a pitcher, you forget about the last outing, and on double switch, Carl Crawford will go into play left field.
Among the leaders of most go-ahead RBIs, Melvin Upton Jr. has had 8. Swinging a foul tip. Fastball at 94. Today Upton has flied out to right, singled to center, stolen a base and scored. And fouled out down the right field line. Yasiel Puig made the catch in foul ground.
Well, remember, a lot of cutters out of the hand of Kenley Jansen. There was a cutter that was up outer third that Melvin Upton Jr. deposited in right center field the other night on Friday for the home run.
Swing and a miss. That fastball by him. 1-2.
Hey, did you notice something during the sequence of pitches to Melvin Upton Jr.?
Everything coming in.
Yeah, the home run up and away. Hey, these pitches have been trying to tie him up inside, so Kenley Jansen making an adjustment here.
Fouled back and hanging tough there. 1-2. Straight fastball that time at 96 miles an hour.
Now look to see where this pitch is that he hit out. Cutter, middle away, taking it that way. The sequence of pitches this at bat have been totally different, trying to tie him up inside. So he doesn't get those arms extended. He wants something up right here, I think. 1-2, go up and out of the zone by design.
Upton will send it towards right center field. It's falling and diving out there is Peterson. Can't get it. It's by him. Here comes Myers to score to tie the game as Upton will speed his way to third and will get there with a triple. Padres have tied it up in the 8th. And now Melvin Upton Jr. is just 90 feet away.
Kenley Jansen trying to make an adjustment and not get Melvin Upton Jr. extended like he did the other night. Okay, 1-1. Heavy dose of fastballs on the inside part of the plate. He wants to go up and out of the zone by design. Melvin Upton Jr.'s clutch. That's his middle name. Split in the right center field gap. And that's another blown save.
And it is Upton who gets him again. Now a pop-up in the infield. They're coming from everywhere. Who's going to take it? It'll be Utley, the second baseman. That was an adventure. But it ends the inning as the Padres have tied the score. Melvin Upton Jr. has done it again. Late inning drama again. We head to the 9th, all tied at 5. Five to 5 as we get ready for inning number 9 of the Padres. With more drama here late in the game, and again able to get to Jansen is Melvin Upton Jr.
You know, and he did a nice job of getting his hands in. It's almost as if the sequence of pitches Melvin had in the back of his mind. Okay, hey, I see what you're doing here, Jansen. He's trying to bury fastballs in, and that particular one, unlike the home run the other night where he got his hands extended, he got his hands in nicely and just inside out that ball to the right center field gap for that triple.
Fernando Rodney into the game here in a tie game at home into the 9th.
All right. A lot of excitement here at Petco Park this weekend series, and it continues. Good numbers for Fernando. As Don just mentioned, not a save situation. The save out the window here at home with the score tied going to the 9th. Great numbers for the veteran right-hander.
Yasiel Puig to lead it off here in the 9th inning. Fly down to center in the 2nd, hit by a pitch in the 5th, and popped out to the first baseman, Will Myers, in the 6th inning. Here he is in the 9th. Of course, his misplaying a ball early in this game in right field on Myers led to a bases clearing triple. So right in the middle of this game. Grounder up the middle and into center field. A base hit for Puig. He's going to take a wide turn at first, but throw on the brakes. A leadoff single to begin the 9th inning against Fernando Rodney. So lead runner on here for the Dodgers, and A.J. Ellis coming up. 0-4-3 in the game out of his 8th spot in the order. There's a hold on Puig at first base. And a check on him by Rodney right away. Lead was not large at all. Just a step to get back.
Well, A.J. Ellis showing bunt right there, and he wants to bunt it down that first base line because Will Myers holding on the runner to draw him in. In at third is Solarte.
Squaring now is Ellis. And too high that time to try to bunt at it.
Hey, if that ball is bunted sharply at one of the defenders, yes, try to get that lead runner. It's a force play. You don't have to make the perfect throw for a tag.
Don't forget, as part of the double switch, instead of the pitcher coming up next, it's Carl Crawford. Look out, that one almost got him, and taken off for second. Throw will go to second, and Puig is safe. Bethancourt thought he may have had him there. Bethancourt wants the Padres to challenge this.
You know, I'm wondering if the hand came off the bag and then the foot trailed before or after the hand came off the bag. Let's take a look. Okay, the secondary lead. He sees daylight. Now he's off and running. Okay, there was a swipe tag. The tag came off of him, and then it was reapplied. So looked like Puig was clearly safe on that.
So Puig at second base now as Ellis with a count of 2-0. He's trying to bunt the runner into scoring position, and now he is squaring again. And he fouls this one off. Couldn't get it down. Fastball from Rodney. A wild pitch getting Puig to second base. Gonzalez cheats in behind him from shortstop, trying to keep him relatively close. Go-ahead run in scoring position for the Dodgers, and squaring again is Ellis. This time he gets it down. As Solarte looked towards third, nobody covering there. He didn't go.
Yeah.
A throw to first for the out, and why didn't Puig go? And now Puig just gets back to second base. That would have been something. Already caught napping there, almost caught out.
I saw Melvin Upton Jr. sprinting from left field. Puig was just standing there like a deer in the headlights, and I came out of my chair and I was like, I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to give it away to Puig.
Like he might hear you.
Yeah, like he might hear me. Okay, now they got the wheel play on, and you know what? In that play, as a base runner, you have to follow the shortstop. There's no way they can make a throw to the running target at third and get you out. So, brain cramp by Puig, and then
almost a big one.
And then Ellis is like, "Come on,
where are you going?
You gotta
Why aren't you running?"
But what a heads-up play by Melvin.
Now Carl Crawford on a pitch in the dirt outside. With runners in scoring position, Crawford's been good. 357 average. Even though the overall average at 220 for him. Batting for the first time today. And a foul back to the screen.
Well, with him on second base, look at the third baseman Solarte is going in, right? And now look at Rosales. He's going to third, right? As a base runner, you have to follow that position player because there's no way he's going to be able to catch a throw from the catcher on the run and apply the tag, especially with the speed of Puig.
So see how costly it is for the Dodgers here. Crawford reaches out, lifts a fly ball to shallow left. Upton will make his way in and take care of out number 2. Well, we've seen Puig make some mistakes before. And with 2 outs now, he remains at second base. Earlier, the defensive mistake in right field, he could not make the catch, and instead of kind of backing off, playing on a hop, he played it into a triple, and with the bases loaded, the Padres would score 3 times. Now in a sacrifice attempt, remained at second base. Chase Utley, 0 for 2 in his career against Fernando Rodney. Bethancourt, Amarista, and Rosales expected in the bottom of the 9th for San Diego. There is strike 1 to Chase Utley. Changeup.
Yeah, very nice.
Utley with a single in the 6th inning, a 1-for-4 day for the Dodgers second baseman. Utley down the left field line, headed towards foul ground, and that's where it will land harmlessly, a row deep. It's time now to check out the Cholula flamethrower.
96 hot sauce. Plus the cambio on the side.
84.
Very nice. To cool it down a little bit.
Chase Utley with Puig at second base, 2 down in the 9th. Utley to right. Kemp is coming in, and he'll make the catch. Out of the jam is Fernando Rodney. Puig will shake his head as he heads to the dugout. With a sacrifice situation here, and Ellis getting it down, but Puig not going anywhere. Much to the surprise of A.J. Ellis running down the first base line with his arms wide open. Dave Roberts can't believe what he just saw.
Yeah, everybody just beside themselves. That's what was designed, that play, to bunt the ball that way, and then Puig beat the position player Adam Rosales. There's no way they were going to be able to throw him out. Just brain locked.
Bethancourt fouling off the first pitch from Jansen. I said Puig was headed to the dugout. He was headed to the clubhouse as he came off the field there. And he has taken it with him out to right field, no doubt. Still see the effects of that play, or lack thereof. Outside, and it is 1-1. Bethancourt and Arista, and Rosales scheduled to bat. Bethancourt will lift a fly ball to right center field. Puig will move over and make the catch. Feeling the sun here in right field at Petco Park, but he makes the grab for the first out here at the bottom of the 9th inning. So 1 down, and that'll bring up Alexei Amarista. Grounded out to second, grounded into a fielder's choice, and walked. Also has a stolen base.
You know, I think that 4-out save, right? I think that kind of has an effect on a closer, because you come in there, you get pumped up, you're hot, you're aggressive. You get that 1 out, and then you got to go sit for a little bit. Now you're back out there as we talk scorecard management for Andy Green. Derek Norris, Alexei Ramirez, Travis Jankowski, position players left, and the bullpen, a righty and a lefty. Carlos Villanueva, the righty, Brad Hand, the lefty.
Amarista batting here with 1 out in the 9th. Villanueva getting ready in the pen right now for the Padres. And now San Diego trying to walk it off for the 3rd straight day. Amarista lines this down the right field line. It's going to be a foul ball. Rattles around down there in the corner. Wild one today from Petco Park in San Diego. Padres had a 4-0 lead. Dodgers came back, tied it up 4-4, then went ahead 5-4. Padres get a run in the last of the 8th to tie it up 5-5. And here we are with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. Amarista to left field. Crawford heading back and over to make the catch. Into the shadows over there in the left field corner for the 2nd out. 2 down in the 9th.
I also neglected to omit. Luis Perdomo's name was on that list as well as far as pitchers left in the bullpen.
2 down in the 9th. Adam Rosales came into this game defensively first as part of the double switch. Then he fouled out in his first at bat in the 7th inning. On the dirt. Rosales looking for his first hit of the series. High strike call, evens the count at 1-1. The run that scored was charged to Coleman that tied this game. So you had 2/3 of an inning. Jansen inherited the runner that scored. Swing and a miss. Fastball headed away. In the dirt, and it evens at 2-2. Jansen right now the 5th arm used by Dave Roberts in this game. Gap out there in left center field right now for Rosales with Jock Peterson into right center. Up and away, and that's ball 3. Ellis coming out of the crouch to reel that in. Hoping to get a chance. John Jay waiting on deck.
I think Kenley Jansen may be trying to be a little bit too fine with that pitch and maybe overthrown a little bit at times, because remember, it was the cutter got burned on the Melvin Humpton Jr. home run on Friday night. That last pitch was a cutter.
Rosales chasing that high fastball, strikes out to end the 9th. Bonus baseball from San Diego, tied at 5. It's been a fun one today from Petco Park in San Diego as we head to extra frames here, ready for the 10th inning. And Carlos Villanueva in now for the Padres.
Well, he pitched against these Dodgers a couple days ago. 2 2/3 frames, 3 hits. He gave up a couple runs. Hey, a good chance for the veteran right-hander to hold the Dodgers and walk away on this getaway day and possible sweep with a victory.
Alexei Ramirez has taken over at shortstop now for the Padres. Seager leading it off for the Dodgers, and a healthy hack for strike one. Villanueva, the 6th arm used today. Look at the records for both teams. Dodgers 3-2 in extra innings, and Padres 3-0. Ground ball shifting are the Padres. Myers going to take it himself to the bag for the first out here of the 10th inning. So Seager retired. And that'll bring up Howie Kendrick. Well, Kendrick in his last at bat in the 8th inning. They'll put the Dodgers on top 5-4 at the time. Padres have tied it up in the bottom of the 8th inning. Now they're in the 10th. And Kendrick will take a pitch outside. The first home run of the year for Howie Kendrick. 2 for 5 in his career against Villanueva. Kendrick will lift it in the air to center field, where John Jay makes the catch for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down here in the 10th. Veteran right-hander in here for the Padres. So far, so good. And that'll bring up Adrian Gonzalez. Singled in the 6th, 1 for 4 in the ball game. Pretty good sample size there for Adrian against Villanueva. Just 3 for 22 against Villanueva. So look at ball 1.
And that's a lot of mixing up as far as from Villanueva. A lot of soft stuff, maybe a fastball for show, getting him out with a changeup or maybe even a curveball. Because remember, Vargas gave him fits with the curveball in LA.
Staying away and falling behind 2-0. There's a strike. And it was the curveball that time to get it over. 2-1.
That's pitching backwards and being effective. Hitters count. That's the old hit me curveball. Taken for a strike.
On the ground into the shift. Short right. Amarista will throw out Gonzalez, and the Dodgers down in order in the 10th. Back at the bottom of the 10th. Tied up 5-5.
reason why I enjoy pitching is the pitcher controls the ball game. Sure. Game doesn't go anywhere or start until the pitcher throws. I always enjoyed that. And, you know, the one thing about pitching is you can always go work on things yourself. So I remember as a kid going down to the junior high school, the high school, and I'd throw against the handball court. That's all I wanted to do. And as I did that, I always worked on fielding.
That was an early look at Tuesday's special edition of SD Live featuring Mark McGwire. That's Tuesday after Padres Live on Fox Sports San Diego.
Well, looking forward to that, and very much enjoyed our time around Mark McGwire this year, the bench coach for the Padres. Well, here we go. John Jay, Will Myers, Matt Kemp coming up here against Joe Blanton.
And Neil, kind of a run for the Padres. Top of the order, that's exactly what you want to do. Joe Blanton pitched for 2 innings last night, so it'll be interesting to see how he rebounds in those 2 innings. He struck out 4 and he walked 1.
Numbers against lefties, very good, 091. Pretty good against righties, too, at just 180. But it is John Jay leads it off in the 10th inning for San Diego. Jay will take strike 1. Jay walked back in the 5th inning, 0 for 3 day today. A little too high that time. So Jansen went an inning and a third, giving up a hit. And of course, allowing the inherited runner to score. That was Will Myers to tie the game. Jansen did not walk anybody, struck out a batter.
Blanton threw 27 pitches last night, so back-to-back nights.
Jay will send this out towards left center field. Crawford moving over, and he'll make the catch. Kind of slicing back to him for the first out here of the 10th. So Jay retired, brings up Will Myers.
How you doing to pick the stick tonight? Today?
So far, so good. Got Myers with a bases clearing triple, so you got. Well, you tell me, how many RBIs do you get? I mean, how many points do you get for RBIs?
You're kidding me, right?
I don't know the answer to that.
7 points tonight for Will Myers. You get a point for an RBI. So triples 3.
Yeah.
Plus the 3 RBIs, that's 6.
Yeah. How about a walk?
Plus a walk is 1, 7 plus a minus a strikeout, so you're at 6.
What about a run scored? You don't get anything for that?
Yes, you
scored
do.
the 5th run, so.
Seven.
And he's not done yet. 1 out in the bottom of the 10th inning. 1-1 pitch. Myers will lift a fly ball to left center field. Crawford from left, and he'll make the running catch. It'll go a long way, but he gets there. Out there playing the no doubles defense and had to run in on a slant. Myers retired, 2 down in the 10th inning. And it'll bring up Matt Kemp. Up 0 for 4 in the game. He was struck out, flied out twice to center, and struck out again. Swing and a miss. There you go. Another slider. He's seen a ton of them.
And remember, the slider was the pitch last night that Blanton had success with. Striking out 4 in those 2 innings.
Tried to hold up. Did he go? No. First base umpire and crew chief Larry Vanover. Swing and a miss. Another one. Slider after slider.
And great location. Down and away. It's going to look like a fastball. It's going to entice that hitter to swing to protect, and before you know it, bang. Drops out of the zone.
Outside, Blanton wanted it. It did appear to be outside. Swing and a miss, and Kent strikes out. Padres down in order in the 10th. It's on to the 11th, tied 5-5. Diego tied 5-5 as we enter the 11th inning, and we're starting to look at what is left here for Dave Roberts, and he's about to have Yasmani Grandal pinch hit.
Yeah, so
that's it.
Scratch him off, right?
Yeah.
Justin Turner, he pinch hit right there. We saw him after he hit that home run. That was back in the 7th.
So Grandal, who started the first 2 games of the series, hitting under 200 at 196. 3 home runs, though, 13 runs batted in. It's into his 31st game of the year. Villanueva back on the mound and misses outside. Villanueva had a quick and easy 10th inning. Through just 8 pitches to retire Seager, Kendrick, and Gonzalez in the 10th.
Got a chance to meet Carlos a little bit more? Have you?
Yeah, he's a good guy.
What a prince of a guy, huh? Good teammate.
Good leader.
Yeah.
Grandal fouls it off, and it is 2-2.
Trying to keep everything away from Yasmani Grandal as Liberatore heats up for the Dodgers.
If he comes in, this should be the 3rd game that he's worked in this series. Dodgers pen is definitely taxed. Shifting are the Padres. 2-2 pitch. Grandal strikes out. Villanueva gets him for the first out of the 11th inning.
Well, Villanueva's not overpowering, but it's all about location. This is a 4-seamer that Yasmani just can't connect with. Maybe he's got an off-speed pitch in the back of his mind. Big first out.
One down in the 11th, and it brings up Jock Peterson. He singled back in the 6th inning, a 1-for-4 game. Fouled off to the left hand, out of play.
You like the tape eye black or the traditional eye black?
Oh, no, I like the traditional eye black.
Yeah, you got to go traditional, don't you?
I wear it from time to time during day games. I haven't done it here yet.
Do you really?
Yes, I do. It cuts down on the glare.
Sure it does, yeah.
It works.
I remember as a kid, if you got your hands on some of that, you were pretty cool.
I have some in my bag. I actually carry it for day games.
Who gave it to you?
I got it from the equipment manager for the Red Sox some years ago. And this is my sun glare. This is grounded back up the middle to the backhand, and off balance throw that is going to get there in time. Nice play. Solarte will tip the cap. 2 down here in the 11th.
Hey, taking away a base runner, making the nice play, a nice stretch by Will Myers, and the tip of the cap. Yep, the shift works. You betcha.
2 down here in the 11th inning, and to bring up Yasiel Puig. Against Villanueva, 2 for 4 with 2 home runs. And he'll skip that one in for ball 1.
You really do carry this stuff with you.
I thought I was kidding. There it is.
Look at this.
It's great too. It stays on there.
Really?
Even if you get wet, it doesn't matter.
Rally eye black?
Yes. Gotta go a little harder than that.
Oh, I'm a player now.
We have some.
Oh, I'm a big leaguer.
Huh?
Yeah.
Cuts down on the glare.
Bring it on. It does cut down on the glare.
Absolutely. I can see everything well now. Swing and a miss. Should have had it on last night. I would have known that Melvin Upton Jr.'s ball was not going to go out of the yard if I had this on.
The glare that got
Yeah.
you. You're really caked on the right side, by the way.
I like it.
Matt Kemp is wearing it. He goes traditional. Keep it away right here. There you go.
Outside, Villanueva wanted it.
Yeah, look where he was off the plate. Maybe a ball and a half or so. And with that said, John Jay, Matt Kemp playing a little bit on the deep side, and John Jay on the first base side of second base, anticipating that fly ball if hit to the outfield that way.
Swing and a miss. Puig chases that breaking ball. Full count.
Hey, throw him another one. That's the slider. Down and away. And why not throw him another one?
It has been a frustrating day for Yasiel Puig. Defensively, offensively, running the bases.
Oh, look at it. He looks lost, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Yes, he did.
Did he go? Yes, he did. Larry Vanover rings him up. We head to the bottom of the 11th inning. 5-5 the score. The Dodgers came back as Turner with his home run tied the game 4-4. Able to do that in the top of the 7th inning. Back at it again. Howie Kendrick with a home run put the Dodgers on top. But the Padres in the bottom of the 8th inning. Melvin Upton Jr. again getting it done. Out of the reach of Jock Peterson in center. Myers scores. And that's why we are here in the 11th inning, tied up 5-5. New pitcher into the game. Liberatore again into his 3rd game of this series.
Has allowed 10 hits and 4 walks, 11 strikeouts, and 11 2/3 innings pitched. Lefty's only hitting 130 off the left-hander. 3 for 23 and 4 strikeouts.
Takes over for Joe Blanton, who had a scoreless inning. Yangervis Solarte leading it off here for the Padres. And a pitch inside for ball 1. Solarte 0 for 4 today. Started the game at second base for San Diego, has since moved to 3rd. That'll bounce in. 2-0. Seven in a row retired by Dodgers pitching. Outside for ball 3. Trying to find a way on to begin things here in the 11th. Melvin Upton Jr. waiting on deck.
See Melvin Upton Jr. looking in the dugout there, almost getting a mini scouting report on what Liberatore throws.
Ball 4, 4-pitch walk. That'll work here to begin the 11th inning. So Solarte down to first base to get it started. And Melvin Upton Jr. coming up. Jock Peterson into right center. Good size gap out in left center field. Strike 1, high strike.
Well, Don, the script is right here in front of us. Is it not?
Here we are again.
The best reality show on TV, baseball, don't you think?
Right now, San Diego Padres baseball on Fox Sports San Diego. Swing and a miss. Fastball by him.
About 91-ish, 92 from the left-hander.
He's got 6 walk-off home runs in his career. Most recently, Friday night. Down the right field line and foul. Last night nearly had another one. He came to the plate and sent this one all the way back to deep left field. Caught right
at the wall. Even he said, wow. What is going on there?
A little bit high, 1-2. Everything has been up here to Upton so far.
Going up a little bit, and you know what? I think that's a legitimate strike. I mean, I'm saying if it catches the plate, if it's in off the plate, obviously, but.
Upton chops it back off the pitcher's glove. It'll kick to third. The throw is going to be late. Gets away from Gonzalez. Heading for third base is going to be Solarte. Hung up at second base now is Melvin Upton Jr. They're going to run him back towards first and tag him out. So they do get an out of this, but getting to third base is Solarte. hoping that Melvin Upton Jr. could hang around in a pickle for a while longer. That may give a chance for Solarte to get in. And now we're going to see whether or not they're going to challenge this or not.
Yeah, we had Mark McGuire, the bench coach, on the phone. Okay, ball's being thrown all over the place. Melvin Upton Jr. commits to second base. There's the error. There's the pickle. And does Adrian Gonzalez tag him? Does he? Ooh, may have been a whiff. We're going to have to wait and see.
They're going to challenge us. Here comes Van Over, the crew chief. He pulled that arm away from Adrian Gonzalez, and it slid into first base with the right arm, pulling the left arm back.
Oh, he
might have got him on the hip, though.
But where was his hand when he got him on the hip?
Ooh,
that was close.
That is really close.
Yeah,
and worth a look.
Hold all tickets. Photo finish.
Right now it is a single and E5. And has gotten Solarte to third base. Padres challenging what was an out call on the field. Another look. Does not get the left hand, but does he get the hit before the right hand reaches the bag is the question.
Yep.
Seeing it on the big board here. Crowd reacting to it.
Now the question is, are they going to have enough evidence to overturn it?
That's the problem.
I mean, it would have to be clear and convincing evidence to overturn this one.
See if they find enough. Adrian Gonzalez has watched it a few times himself. I'm sure he's not sure.
See, I want to see the angle to where that glove is applied immediately on his hip and then in reference to where his hand is on the bag.
Yep. It is taking some time. And they have now come to a resolution. And he is still out. So the call on the field stands. I'm with you. I think they probably did not find it conclusive enough to overturn it. Well, he may have been safe. Couldn't really tell. They will intentionally walk Alexei Ramirez with first base open, and Bethancourt will be coming up. So the intentional walk here. And Ramirez down to first base. So this sets up a double play possibility here. With one down in the 11th inning. And Bethancourt coming up. Bethancourt catching today, 1 for 4 in the game. But an RBI single back in the 5th inning that produced the game's first run. Steps out in front of the plate, reels off the signs, lets the infielders know what he'll do. So if any kind of stealing scenario, whether or not he will throw through or not.
Well, the shadow's starting to creep in. The batter's eye completely in a shadow, and then the light standard right in the middle of the diamond.
Strike one.
Outfield very shallow. Hey, just get something elevated to the outfield.
Something he can lift. Betancourt with a swing and a miss. Big cut there.
I saw that ball out of the hand. It was about to bounce, and I'm thinking he's going to bounce one back to the screen. Change up, bounces out in front of home plate, and you know what? Credit A.J. Ellis. What a great job of smothering that one.
Textbook block right there. Swing and a miss, and Betancourt strikes out. Big strikeout for Liberatore. Second out of the 11th inning.
I tell you what, man, this is an emotional game. We saw some frustration from Puig earlier breaking the bat. Christian Betancourt, the winning run at 90 feet away, wastes that shillelagh.
Now it is up to Alexi Amarista. 3 career walk-off hits for Amarista. Solarte with his walking lead off third. Inside for ball 1. Three for 5 so far with runners in scoring position. And ahead 2-0.
See how A.J. Ellis is kind of guiding that ball back to the pitcher, not really snapping it. He's kind of like throwing opposite foot and kind of guiding that ball so he doesn't overthrow the pitcher.
Amarista carves it foul. 2-1. The fastball that time tried to get it by him.
Well, that time he can't because of foul ball out of play. So
Eric Norris on deck. Get that far, he would pinch hit in the pitcher's spot now as that has moved around here in the double switch. Two-one pitch. That's going to miss. 3-1, a tad high.
just a little bit upstairs and a nice layoff by Alexi.
Good at bat so far here for Amarista.
Hey, don't overswing here. You get a pitch, just meet it, hit it well where it's pitched.
Strike called. Full count now, right on that corner.
That's paint.
Tough pitch in a tough spot right there for the Dodgers left-hander. Payoff pitch. Amarista sends it to left field. On the move is Crawford. He will get there. Runs into the gap in left center field on the sinking liner to make the grab. And we head to the 12th inning. Padres had their chance. Frustrated not to get it done. The top half of the 12th inning back at Petco Park in San Diego. As here we go into the top of the 12th inning. Carlos Villanueva out there now for his third inning of relief, at least to begin it, as A.J. Ellis will take a pitch down and away. The Dodgers catcher 3 for 6 against Villanueva. All the hits singles. And a fly ball headed out towards left center field. John Jay moving over. And the Padres center fielder makes the catch for the first out of the 12th. Padres pitching right now has retired the last 10 Dodgers in a row. And Villanueva's been great. He's retired 7 in a row.
J.P. Howell heating up for the Dodgers. You know, the one thing that sticks out in the last half inning, that ball in the dirt blocked by A.J. Ellis.
That was huge.
Wow.
Gets by him, and the Padres with a win. Carl Crawford shoots it foul off to the left. Crawford flying out to left field his last time up. 0 for 10 in his career against Villanueva. It's a nice running catch by him too out there in left field, because that line drive was hit towards left center and the Dodgers are playing shallow.
Yeah. Two San Diego guys right there. Bob Guerin, Claremont High School on the left, and Eastlake High School. Adrian Gonzalez on the right.
One-two pitch. Crawford fouls it back. Villanueva has been very good in this game. He has thrown a total of 28 pitches, tiring all 7 batters that he's faced. Has 1 out here in the 12th. Bouncing in, evens a count at 2-2. A piece of Bethancourt, who is in some pain.
Oh, his wrist, left wrist, just above the glove.
Shadows encompassing the home plate area right now. And a swing and a miss. Good pitch. Changed up, and it was running away from Crawford. Third strikeout for Villanueva. 2 down here in the 12th.
Beautiful pitch. You can't get hurt down there. If contact is made, it's probably a foul ball.
So 2 down here in the 12th inning. Chase Utley about to stand in. Derek Norris still available. Bethancourt does have something happen to him. One-0 foul back, and it's 1-1. Outfield set up straight away. Into the shift are the Padres on the right side here. check swing. Did he go? No. As they checked with Guccione, third base umpire. So 2 outs and the base is empty. Chase Utley ahead 2-1.
Got to be careful here.
Oh, bunt his way on.
Wow. He's got the shift on. I'm trying to beat that shift. Nobody at third base. As Alexei Ramirez playing a regular shortstop, he's trying to drop one down. That kind of surprises me. 2-1 count. A guy like Chase Utley with one swing can put one on the board.
Utley with a one-hopper, picked at first by Myers. Nice play. Tags the bag, ends the inning. Villanueva getting some help from his friends. Game tied 5-5. Myers on a hot shot, picked it.
Well, it happened the other night, and Will Myers said that ball caught him, and I think he would say the same about this one. Put the glove out there, it found his glove, that's a big out. High fives all the way around, and now the Padres get another chance to win it here at the bottom of the 12th.
Derek Norris going to lead it off here for San Diego. New pitcher on the mound is J.P. Howell.
Not a hard thrower. He'll turn over a lot of his pitches, almost like a screwball. Throws mid-80s, 86-ish. 16th game for the left-hander, and you see the ERA, but only 11 and a third innings pitched, 7.15 ERA. A little high on the walks as well.
5-5 game into the bottom of the 12th inning. Norris will take strike one. Four home runs on the year for Derek Norris, along with 7 RBIs. Padres had a 4-0 lead, then trailed 5-4. We're tying it up 5-5 in the last of the 8th inning. Had a very good opportunity with a runner at third and 1 out in the 11th, but could not score. Here they are in the 12th. Derek Norris had a home run in game 1 of the series on Friday night.
Yeah, that was a no-doubter. guessing with the way that Howell pitches, a lot of soft stuff. Turn it over. He's going to try to keep the ball away from Derek Norris to give him right center field. Although there is a big gap in left center field. Doubles alley out there for Derek Norris.
Norris reaches out and sends it to shallow right center. Peterson coming in will make the catch. For the first out here at the bottom of the 12th inning. So 1 out, and that'll bring up the top of the Padres order, John Jay. Jay has flied to left, struck out, walked, grounded out, and flied out.
How many innings do you have on your scorecard?
I can get to about 16. I start cutting the innings that I have in half. What do you got?
I've got 15.
On the ground foul outside of first base. I really only have 12, but I start cutting them in half after the 9th inning.
I got you.
So you have the 10th in half, the 11th in half, 12th, and then I can add on. That is my mess right now.
See how he's splitting those squares on the right.
Things are getting a little tight, tough to read. On the ground right side and laying it out, but not getting it is Utley. It's into right field. So John Jay is aboard with 1 out here in the 12th.
Well, remember, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And John Jay drew a walk in the 5th, but 0 for 4 with a walk, and that single there, just out of the reach of Chase Utley, could be the difference in this ball game.
Here comes Will Myers. He'll take strike 1. Myers with a triple, driving in 3 runs with the bases loaded back in the 5th inning. Check on John Jay, back to the bag. He kind of flinched over there initially. And
hey, nice job. Kudos goes out to Carlos Villanueva.
Very good job.
3 perfect innings, 3 strikeouts.
Padres pitching has retired the last 12 Dodgers in a row. This is to right field. Puig coming in the sun field and makes the catch basket style and then fires back in towards first base. He's trying to get Jay getting back to first, 2 down.
It was an adventure just watching Puig try to catch that ball.
So 2 down, Jay still at first. Here comes Matt Kemp. 0 for 5 day today. Kemp has struck out 3 times. 5 game-winning RBIs this season, tied for 4th in the National League. Soft toss over. Short lead for John Jay. Strike call, bottom of the zone to Matt Kemp.
He's got to be careful with that lefty soft breaking ball into Matt Kemp. He leaves it middle in, something that can elevate to the outfield. Be a la calle. To the street. For a home run.
Kemp bats now. If the inning does continue, Jan Hervis Solarte waiting on deck. Kemp will send this on a hop to second base. Chase Utley plays that exploding hop and throws out Kemp to end the inning. To the 13th we go. 13th inning. Great job by Carlos Villanueva, who goes 3 innings, strikes out 3 along the way, and now hands the baseball off to Luis Perdomo.
Hey, crunch time for the Rule 5 rookie. Big time game for him. You see the numbers. Just one simple thing in mind, maybe an inning or two, hopefully just 1 inning, because then the Padres would come back in the bottom half and win it. As the pitching and the position players on that list is getting very, very thin. No more bench players for Dave Roberts. Perdomo and Hand, the only two. Now Hand just left in the Padre bullpen. And Travis Jankowski, left-handed hitting bench player, left for Andy Green.
Well, Corey Seager lead it off here for the Dodgers in the 13th inning. Seager today has been on base twice, a walk and a single. Scored a run back in the 6th inning. And that one in the dirt for ball 1. 43,100 were here at one point today. Some have ducked out with the length of this game today. And it was a sellout for the 2nd straight day here. Seager on the ground. Shift is on. It is Solarte. Throws him out, 1 away here in the 13th. It is now 13 in a row retired by Padres pitching.
What's the longest game you've ever announced?
I did 21.
Really?
Yes.
We had a 22 inning affair right here against the Colorado Rockies back in 2006 or 7. In fact, the angry statistician Mike Trussell still carries that scorecard with him. He carries it everywhere he goes. 2-1 final.
And Howie Kendrick with a home run earlier in the ball game. Back in the 8th inning. At the time of the Dodgers on top 5-4. There's a ground ball up the middle, and Ramirez can't get it. It finds its way to left center field. And Howie Kendrick aboard with a 1-out base hit, his 2nd hit of the day.
Hey, limit to singles and try to work a grounder to get a double play. Just out of the reach of Alexei.
So 1 out, 1 on. And brings up Adrian Gonzalez. A single back in the 6th inning, a 1-for-5 day for the Dodgers first baseman. Strike on the outside corner.
Hey, deep in center, deep in right. Have a normal defensive positioning by Melvin Upton Jr. in left and playing the shift to pull on that right side.
Line to left. Upton is there to make the catch for the 2nd out. So Gonzalez taking it the other way, but he's out number 2. So 2 down, and the pitcher coming up here, Howe, as they are out of pinch hitters on the bench for Dave Roberts. There's the situation. Sal only available in the pen.
If they can get him in the game, like your chances.
Based on what we saw last night, I would have to agree.
Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, 2 to J.P. Howell. And he'll foul it off to the left out of play. As a reliever, you don't generally get a lot of at-bats.
No. You know, you're usually scrambling to maybe find somebody else's bat. It looks like he is wearing a helmet with his number on it.
Swing and a miss, goes around and strikes out Perdomo. Takes care of Howell. We head to the bottom of the 13th, tied 5-5. Walk, a walk-off win for the Padres. Solarte taken all the way, and Sal walked in.
It's almost as if Dave Roberts went out to argue that strike call, but then you can see that A.J. Ellis was backing up the call, saying, no, it's pretty much a ball. And then immediately Dave Roberts back to the dugout after the winning run crossed.
Now here is Jan Herbis. Good success against J.P. Howell in the past, including a home run. Leads it off here in the bottom of the 13th inning. And jumps ahead 2-0. Solarte was left at third base in the 11th inning. Well, the Padres had a runner at third with one out, but could not score. Now he leads it off here in the 13th. Outside corner. Howell into his second inning of relief here for the Dodgers. The 8th pitcher used in this game for Dave Roberts. Chop towards third base. Hendrick with a nice pick and a good throw. One down. So Solarte retired 5-3. One down here in the 13th.
You know, in games like that, that's not an easy play, folks. The backhand and the high chopper, that in-between hop. In games like this, I think, and you'd agree with me, Don, I've seen a lot of baseball, hitters try to get a little pull happy because they want to end it with one swing. And if you're a right-handed hitter against a guy like J.P. Howell, you're going to have to get that breaking ball that's middle in. That's the one you can turn on. Anything the other way, you try to wear out center field or right center field. Those kids are loving life right now.
Upton hits it on the ground to Utley at second base. And there are 2 outs here in the 13th inning. So 2 ground outs here for J.P. Howell. And that'll bring up Alexei Ramirez. He was intentionally walked his first time up as he takes a pitch outside. That was back in the 11th inning. Now Hall falling behind here, 2-0. 19 pitches and an inning and 2/3. Swing and a miss. Healthy hack there, and on the backswing, got a piece of A.J. Ellis, the catcher. Well, that's saying the good hitters count here, 3-1. Strike called. Ramirez was headed to first base, but gets the bad news. Alfonso Marquez bringing him back.
Fox Tracks had this one right at the knees. Pretty accurate. Pretty good pitch.
Ramirez chops it up over the mound. Utley on the run and in time to get Alexei Ramirez. This game is headed to the 14th inning today from San Diego, all tied at 5. Standings as the Padres find themselves 6.5 games back of the Giants team. They're about to play in a 3-game series in San Francisco, and the Dodgers 4.5 games back of the Giants at the moment. With this game in the balance, tied up into the 14th inning.
Yeah, important game. Obviously, it would be nice to sweep the Dodgers, but still in those standings, it's so important. Playing Seattle, playing well. Arizona within the division. San Francisco within the division. This could be one of those trips to where Padres need to play good baseball. Keep the pitching the way they are, because you know that's 6.5. You want to hover 4, 5, 6. If you can 4 or fewer, but still you don't want it to get out of hand.
Peterson with an opposite field base hit to start things here in the 14th inning. Off Luis Perdomo into his second inning of relief. That was the second hit of the day for the Padres, or rather the Dodgers center fielder. Runner on for Los Angeles, and Yasiel Puig coming up. And a single back in the 9th inning. 1 for 4 day today. Also been hit by a pitch.
Hey, I know this seemed like yesterday, but I think we should give well wishes to David Rackley. Hopefully he's doing okay. He was the umpire that was hit with a foul tip earlier and was taken out of the game, and then they switched to a 3-man crew. So we hope he is doing okay.
Puig fouls it off down the right field line.
Well, you know what, Don, I'll have to be honest with you. I can't remember what inning this was. The sun was out.
Colin Ray was still in the game at the time. And Rackley could not stay in the game, had to leave.
Oh, how nice. Gave the ball to a kid there. Oh, it's not that far inside, was it?
Two-one. Puig on the ground into right field, a base hit. Peterson headed for third, and the throw will be not in time as he will get to third. First and third now for the Dodgers with nobody out here in the 14th inning. And Puig, you take the good with the bad with Puig, and right there he's got himself a base hit.
High fastball, just staying on top of it. I mean, that ball leaks right down the middle of the plate. And Jack Peterson realized he just glanced, looked to the right there, and realized he's got an excellent chance of getting to third base.
Andy Green calling in the entire infield here to discuss what the Padres are going to do here. First and third, nobody out. And A.J. Ellis coming up here for the Dodgers. And tomorrow night, Drew Pomeranz matched up against Johnny Cueto. And one from San Francisco. 3 games between the Padres and Giants coming up. So Puig headed back to first base. First and third, nobody out here in the Dodgers' 14th inning. And A.J. Ellis coming up.
Well, Andy Green going out there just to give every possible scenario on a hard hit ball, a chopper, get an out. If there's an event where, you know, that runner stays at third, at least get an out. Don't try to make the perfect play. Make a play to where you can get an out and try to prevent that runner scoring from third base and keep it tied.
Infield in all the way around here for the Padres. And Perdomo falling behind 2-0. Paul Crawford on deck. Nobody out here in the 14th inning. Ellis slays off ball 3. Close pitch there, 3-0. Peterson at third base, Puig at first. 3-0 pitch. Takes all the way and takes ball 4. The bases are loaded now. First walk allowed by Perdomo since coming into this game. And the Dodgers have him loaded up now here in the 14th inning. Another meeting at the mound here.
Well, on a comeback, you're coming right back to me. Hopefully, Luis Perdomo is
got a little magician in him. Get out of this with nobody out. And the base is full of Dodgers.
Carl Crawford, the batter. And into the game. Back in the 8th. 0 for 2 in the game so far. On the ground to second base. Coming home, Amarista. They get the out there. Throw to first. And they got the out there. Myers able to pick it on a ball in the dirt from Bethancourt. And able to get the double play. That one almost got thrown away. And Myers on a great pick.
Firing strikes all the way around at the plate from second to home, and then the nice pick by Wil Myers. I tell you what, this series, Wil Myers has scooped some balls out, some hard hit balls, and that saves a run there. Wow.
4-2-3 double play. Second and third now for the Dodgers, and they are not going to challenge this. Long look in there trying to figure out if Dave Roberts is going to challenge it. They are not. So Puig at third now. Ellis at second base. And the top of the order, Chase Utley coming up. The first, Bethancourt is going back to the mound to talk to Perdomo. So how about that play?
So now with first base open, do you pitch to the veteran Utley or do you go after Seager, the young hitter? I mean, it's kind of pick your poison, isn't it?
It is. There is Corey Seager waiting on deck. Now 2 down here in the 14th inning. Takes the strike after showing bunt. 95 from Perdomo.
Utley nearly came out of the batter's box right on top of home plate, and Christian Bethancourt said something to the home plate umpire about it. Once he squares up there, Christian Bethancourt's like, hey.
Line foul. Oh, Utley down 0-2. Puig at third base. A go-ahead run for the Dodgers here in the 14th inning. A.J. Ellis at second base. Chase Utley down in the count, 0-2. The Dodgers have the bases loaded with nobody out in this inning. Now there are 2 outs in the inning.
See if Luis Perdomo can spit up that key and unlock those handcuffs underwater.
Utley may have gone. He did. Ball gets away briefly from Bethancourt. His throw is in time. And Perdomo out of the bases loaded. Nobody out jam. Pulls the Houdini.
innings. Bases loaded, nobody out. The perfect scenario. Infield is in, you get your grounder. That's the old 4-2-3 double play. Chase Utley, he's been around a long time in his career. Big hits, big clutch hits, but clutch pitching by Luis Perdomo. And good defense by the Friar. Don't you just love free baseball?
Outstanding as we move to the bottom of the 14th. What a job by Perdomo.
Oh, what that could do to a kid's confidence.
Christian Bethancourt getting it off here for San Diego in the bottom of the 14th inning. Bethancourt with a single back in the 5th inning. Howell into his 3rd inning of relief. And a wild swing and a miss. That's away briefly from Ellis. His throw in time. And Bethancourt strikes out to begin things here in the bottom of the 14th inning. So 1 out in the 14th, and that'll bring up Alexi Amarista. For 4 the walk in this game for Amarista. In there for a strike, 1-1. Center fielder Jock Peterson over towards left center, gap out in right center. Call the ball, 2-1.
There's that gap you're talking about, Don. Got the rally caps out. That's the shark. He's going for the kill. The fin, the dorsal fin.
Yeah. Amarista fights this off, biting in on it.
Yeah, a lot of pitches up from Howell. All at the top of the zone.
Now thrown 30 pitches in relief, and again into his 3rd inning of relief. Two. On the ground, chopped towards second base. Utley racing in. His throw will get there in time. This play by Chase Utley, the 2nd out here at the bottom of the 14th inning.
Oh, he's done that so many times. Sure-handed second baseman with a flip throw, too. Not a big arm swing. Got rid of that ball quickly.
Two down, and here is Perdomo batting for himself here with 2 outs in the 14th inning.
Wouldn't that be sweet if he pulled a Bartolo Colon right now?
Be outstanding. Takes a strike right at the top of the zone, 1-1. A little bit high, 2-1. On the ground to second base. Utley will slide to his right, and his throw in time to get Perdomo get down the line well.
Yeah.
We're going to the 15th. Tied up 5-5. To San Francisco to begin a 3-game series, and they'll deal with Cueto, Samardzija, and Peavy in that 3-game series. Well, the Padres will feature Pomerantz, Cashner, and Shields.
Well, we saw Cueto and Samardzija the last time the Gigantes were here at Petco Park. So Jake Peavy, the new entry as far as pitcher that's going to be pitching up in San Francisco. We kind of struggling lately. 1-5, 8 ERA. All those games, of course, right here on Fox Sports San Diego. Don't miss it.
Now Perdomo back on the mound here for the Padres into the 15th inning.
That would have been a classic way to win a ball game after pulling the Harry Houdini act and then scoring in that bottom half of the inning.
There's Corey Seager to lead it off here in the 15th. This is the 3rd inning of relief now for Perdomo.
Well, we have to quit after this inning because all I have is 15 things on my
that's it.
My card.
What are you going to do?
Quit.
I mean, you can't go to the next page because you're going to mess up your whole scorebook, right?
Yeah. I've got an idea.
Seager leading it off and taking a pitch outside. Seager, Kendrick, and Gonzalez expected here in the 15th inning. 2, 3, and 4 for the Dodgers. Pulled on that pitch, and Perdomo throwing hard still at 95 miles an hour.
Oh, he's pumped up. Oh, she's hanging in there.
How adorable is she?
Oh, man.
In the air to left field, sending Upton back towards the warning track to make the catch in front of the wall. Oh, Seager giving it a ride, but he's out number 1 of the 15th.
You know, in this game, extra innings in particular, you go 15-16, you got to maintain that concentration. He's feeling out for the wall there. He's got his hand extended and leaps. And yeah, you got it, Melvin. Nicely done.
One down for Howie Kendrick, who will take strike 1. Kendrick with a home run in the 8th inning. That gave the Dodgers a 5-4 lead at the time. On the ground and inside the bag at first. Kendrick is thinking 2. He's headed for second base. Bobble out there by Kemp. And Kendrick will get to second base. Right down the line and right. And Kendrick never hesitated. He was thinking 2 all the way. And it is a double with 1 out here in the 15th inning.
Anytime you hit the ball to the outfield, especially the opposite way, and that outfielder has to move, boy, he really fights that off because that ball is well inside. If taken, clearly a ball. So now Matt Kemp's got to get that ball, catch it cleanly, come up throwing. He bobbles it a little bit. He turned the right way. Hey, why not? In an extra inning game like this, be aggressive. Put the pressure on the outfield. And I think Matt may have seen him going hard out of the box and maybe just rushed it a little bit and not coming up with it cleanly.
Not going to deal with Adrian Gonzalez here. Potentially walk him with 1 out in the 15th inning. And they're going to send Kershaw up to hit. So how about that? So down to first base goes Adrian Gonzalez. And Clayton Kershaw is going to pinch hit here in the 15th inning.
It's one of those situations where the manager, Dave Roberts, hey, Clayton, go get the nails on. Probably, you know, enjoying a big league ball game in his turfs or his running shoes. Next thing you know, he's putting on the nails, getting an AB.
Kershaw squaring, pulls it back, and a snap throw to second base, but back to the bag there is Kendrick. Kershaw, a .208 hitter. That time showing bunt.
Yep.
5 for 24 at the plate this season. Squaring again. And he gets it down, but foul. Perdomo quickly, aggressively jumping out to grab it. Stripling is up in the pen now. To that point where you may use a starter here.
Yeah. If it's his day to throw on the side, maybe a bullpen.
One pitch. Kershaw pulls it back and swings and misses. Kendrick at second, Gonzalez at first. Kershaw in his first career pinch hitting appearance. Comes here in the 15th inning. He will chop it left side. Ramirez will go to second. They get the force out there on to first, not in time. And going in hard there at second base was Adrian Gonzalez. Did he interfere with that throw at all at second base? And we'll see if the Padres will challenge his play at second.
Well, he definitely went in hard and made contact. As we take a look, good feed from Ramirez. He went straight for the bag. Hands are down.
Ooh. He went in the right place, but the arms around the legs I'm not sure about. So they will take a look at this. Larry Vanover, the crew chief, coming from first base, and they're going to check it out.
The slide is fine.
It's what he did with his
what?
arms.
I'll be quite honest with you. The way Adrian went into second base, he made a conscious effort to go straight to the bag and kept his arms down. And I think the pop-up slide, he just happened to have momentum going towards the fielder, Alexi Amarista, and just happened to make contact with him.
Crowd seeing it here on the big board at the stadium. The umpires wait to hear from New York. They take a look as well. The slide in question at second base of Adrian Gonzalez. A rule put in place this year, and we have seen some big slide violations this season.
We've seen some games end on a slide and on a double play.
Known as the Chase Utley rule, and Chase Utley, of course, here with the Dodgers.
Hey, shouldn't it be the Ruben Tejada rule?
It should be,
because
He's
Buster
the guy
Posey
that got
was
taken out.
hurt, and it became the Buster Posey rule. So since Tejada got hurt, it should be the Ruben Tejada rule.
Didn't work out that way for some reason.
No. Or the Buster Posey should be the Scott Cousins rule.
Who nobody remembers. Well, it's taken a long time.
Well, the straight slide, the arms are down, his momentum. I mean, after he gets rid of the baseball, looks like then the arms wrap around his legs. Whether there's intent there or not, I just think it was, just looking at it objectively, I just think it was just his momentum.
So first and third, the force out at second base.
What do you think?
I think so too. I think he had gotten rid of the ball by the time he wrapped his arms around it. So first and third, potential go-ahead run 90 feet away now for the Dodgers. And Jock Peterson coming up here. Just sort of look back here, down 0-1. Perdomo's now thrown 40 pitches of relief. And a foul makes it 0-2. Still throwing hard, 95 miles an hour.
Got a little bit of movement too on that two-seamer. We just saw it there.
Kendrick getting his lead off third base. Peterson down on the count, 0-2. Bethencourt wants this pitch up. It is very up at 95 miles an hour. Stolen base as taking second base was Kershaw. One-two pitch. Popped up in the infield. Left side. Solarte from third will make the catch as he stumbles on the mound. Folds onto the baseball. And out of the jam again is Perdomo. To the bottom of the 15th. Is it meant to be? We'll find out. The bottom of the 15th inning, and it'll be the top of the Padres order, and one of the Dodgers starters is now in the game. We saw Stripling warming up in the pen, and here he is.
Well, 8 starts on the year, and sometimes games like this, when it's your side session or you haven't pitched in a while, a couple of the Dodger pitchers have gone on 5 days rest.
Yep.
So rather than just getting a bullpen workout in, hey, it's game time. It's go time. 42 plus innings. 33 strikeouts. He's given up 3 long balls for Ross Stripling.
John Jay, Will Myers, Matt Kemp will get a chance here in the 15th. Last 3 outings have not been terrific for him.
Ooh, a lot of hits to innings pitched. 6 walks. Kind of flip a coin, huh?
Let's see what we get here today. John Jay. Jay with a base hit back in the 12th inning. Walk back in the 5th. Two and 0.
So they're going to a starter before they go to Sal.
Yeah.
Chin-Wei Sal, who's last night walked in the winning run. He is out there in the bullpen, but Dave Roberts elects to go to one of his starters.
Jay trying to bunt his way on, fouls it off, and evens it count at 2-2. Did he go? No. As they check with Guccione, third base umpire. Full count.
Let's take another look. Yeah, I thought he checked that one.
On the ground, up the middle, and it'll find its way to center field. John Jay. Wide turn at first. A leadoff single here in the 15. Right back up the middle.
High slider. Well, you get it past the pitcher, and you can see that the shortstop, Seager, was playing a little bit towards the second base bag, but that sneaks through, and that's the potential winning run.
So Jay at first, Will Myers coming up. Myers with a bases loaded triple back in the 5th inning, cleared the bases. Check on Jay, back to the bag. John Jay was last on in the 12th inning with a 1-out single, but did not advance. Myers will send this out to right center. Peterson over and will make the catch. Jay back to the bag at first.
Well, he had the right idea. You can see the frustration on Will's face there. Oh, that was a crushable pitch he's saying.
One out here in the 15th inning brings up Matt Kemp. And today 0 for 6. On the ground towards third base. Kendrick will go to second for 1. On to first, and that throw gets away. Reaching will be Kemp, and they'll probably want to check out that slide at second base. Going in hard there at second was John Jay. And they're checking to see whether or not they're going to challenge that or not.
Straight to the bag. Does he come up with the arm a little bit? I don't know. What do they look at? Do they take it?
Yeah, they do. That's one thing they do look at.
Is it really?
Yeah. What does he do with the arm on the slide in?
Dave Roberts wants to go to the earmuffs.
Yep.
And you know what? You know what? Do you see a little acting possibly going on there with Utley? I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of that.
Yeah,
if this rule is put in place,
yep.
I think.
And this is the Chase Utley rule. Don't forget.
You know, I call me crazy. You know, thought of weirder things, but
right now
the only reason why I would say he wouldn't do that is because he doesn't want to take the chance of throwing that ball into the stands and you get an extra base.
Right.
But still, if the rule stands, it's a double play. Or if they challenge it and they find something wrong with the slide, it's a double play, regardless if he throws it into the stands or not.
So we'll see here on the possible slide violation, whether or not this is a simple force out at second base whether it is going to be a double play, and it's going to be a force out at second base. So no violation on the slide. Kemp will be at first, and it'll give Yangervis Solarte a chance.
Call is confirmed.
Well, Yangervis Solarte with 2 outs here in the 15th inning. Strike on the outside corner. Fouled off to the left, and it is 0-2. Check on Kemp, back to the bag. Solarte to center field. Peterson going back onto the track to make the catch. Padres are gone in the 15th. How about 16? Headed there, tied at 5. Puig in the 9th inning. They sacrificed bunt by A.J. Ellis, did not advance to third base. Hung out at second. A couple of fly ball outs after that. A.J. Ellis couldn't believe it. Dave Roberts couldn't believe it either.
Yeah, as soon as that ball was bunted on the ground, you got to be off and going to third base. That wasn't the case.
Well, Puig will lead it off here in the 16th inning. More Perdomo. Into his 4th inning of relief, and a bunt bid popped up, and Perdomo will catch it. Yasiel Puig out number 1 of the 16th inning.
You know what? I've always been a firm believer. When you've got a guy like Yasiel Puig up at the plate in a game like this, to try to bunt rather than take one swing, extra base hit, maybe put one out of the yard. I don't know. When's the last time the guy tried to put down a bunt? Probably the odds of him being successful at that are nil.
One down here in the 16th inning. A.J. Ellis, the catcher for the Dodgers, coming up. How about Perdomo going into his 4th inning of relief?
Oh, I know. Clutch. You said more Perdomo. Is that like more cowbell? We need more Perdomo.
His 47th pitch coming up since he has been in this game.
Pretty good ratio, too, when you look at it, right?
Yep. Strikes, 19 balls. There's a strike, evening the count now. 2-2. Day has shifted tonight. Foul back to the screen. Still 2-2.
Well, I got to be honest with you. If there's anyone I'd want to spend it with, it's you.
Thank you.
Hey, it's baseball, right?
You've spent it with 43,100 other people.
You're with one of your best friends.
That's right. That'll just miss.
Yeah, that's inside.
Payoff pitch. And it's flared foul down the right field line, out of play. Carl Crawford waiting on deck. Dodgers batting here in the 16th inning. Down to first base he goes. So 1 out and Ellis at first. And here is Carl Crawford. Third walk allowed by Perdomo. One was of the intentional variety. Crawford 0 for 3 since coming in. And he'll line one out to center field. John Jay back and over to make the catch. 2 down in the inning, and back to first base goes A.J. Ellis. 2-way here in the 16th. Back up top for Chase Utley. Utley had a single way back in the 6th inning. Now bats here in the 16th. Padres going into a shift here on the right side. Yangervis Solarte moving from third base to the right side of the infield. Alexei Ramirez making his way towards third base.
Guy with the best range stays on the left side, right? And plus you take away that possibility of a bunt.
That's why he's way over towards third. Utley will take strike one. On the ground right side and through the shift into right field. Ellis stopping at second base. And a hit here for Chase Utley. That's a potential go-ahead run in scoring position now for Los Angeles. Second hit of the day for Chase Utley.
Didn't seem like it was hit that hard off the end of the bat, but
Well
for
forced.
Hopper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Into that shift. Now Corey Seager coming up. On the ground, left side. Solarte will try to get the tag, and he did to end the inning. Got him on the way by. We head to the bottom of the 16th inning. Melvin Upton Jr. is going to lead it off. Can he do it again? We'll find out. The bottom of the 16th inning. And Melvin Upton Jr. is going to be coming up here for the Padres in the 16th. Well, Stripling back on the mound here for the Dodgers. The starter who pitched the 15th inning back out there for the 16th. Swing and a miss. Upton fouling it off to the right, out of play. Worth the wait. Souvenir here in the 16th inning. Outside for ball one. On the ground, up the middle, Utley to the backhand, plants and throws in time to get Upton. One out in the 16th. Here comes Alexei Ramirez. Has been intentionally walked and grounded out in 2 plate appearances. Takes a strike over the outside corner.
How about the catchers today?
Long day at the office. On the ground, foul outside of third base. Five runs, 13 hits, an error for the Dodgers. They have left 12. 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Padres. They have left 8. Ramirez batting now with Bethancourt waiting on deck. Alexei Ramirez has it picked there by Utley, who spins and fires. And Chase Utley putting on a defensive clinic at second base. 2 down here in the 16th inning. Oh, nice plays.
Well, you have to maintain that concentration level in games like this. Chase Utley has shown that he can go to his right, he can go to his left, making it look easy.
Two down in the 16th, brings up Christian Bethancourt. He's had the home run on Friday night. He's off, ball 2. 2-0.
See, with an electronic strike zone, that would be a strike.
Yes, it would. In the air to shallow right field. Puig coming in. Will make the catch. It'll send us to inning number 17 in San Diego. Tie 5-5. The end of the 17th inning, there was a lot of sun here at one point during the game, and we were ready for that sun. But now the sun is going to set really soon, and it's not going to be a factor as we moved into the 17th inning.
So we tried to go with the Rally Eye Black, as you can see right here, and a little cake job over here.
Yeah, too much.
Now, what do we do as the sun sets, and it seems like no more shadows at Petco Park? Do we leave the eye black on, or do we focus on the pocket square, the tie, or the boiler?
Really
till the
don't.
17th.
I really don't like the pointer. I really don't.
Well, you're going to like it.
Leading it off is Howie Kendrick. Kendrick with a home run back in the 8th inning. Sliced foul off to the right, out of play.
You know, in games like this, even in the dugout, guys start to get a little punchy. You know,
yeah.
I mean, it's a long day at the yard. You got to have fun doing it. Obviously, Dodgers, Padres, you know, both teams trying to do their best to try to win a ball game, but you get a little punchy down there at times. Who's that putting on the gear? It's kind of hard to tell.
Grounded foul outside of third.
Oh, it's Kike Hernandez. See, I'm guessing that the Dodgers, he's got the rally catcher gear on.
Dodgers are headed home after the ball game. This one, they're going home to take on Cincinnati.
Kike Hernandez pinch hit in the 6th inning, and that was his job at the yard today. He ended up walking, and he's done. So he's trying to look at. Now he's getting a song going, trying to work some mojo.
One-two pitch. Fly ball center field. Jay going back, still going. That's going to be over his head, and one hop over the wall. A ground rule double will start the 17th inning. Howie Kendrick giving that one a ride out there to deep right center field.
Well, it was a hanging breaking ball. He wanted it down and away. Almost looked like it backed up a little bit. You know, John Jay was played in the right spot, but just over his head. He was playing on the first base side of second base, and that's where he hit it, but just hit it too hard for the ground rule double.
First base open. They're going to put Adrian Gonzalez on. This will be the 4th walk allowed by Perdomo since coming into this game, but the 2nd of the intentional variety. 5th inning of relief for Perdomo in this game. And you got the pitcher on deck in Ross Stripling, who is going to have to hit for himself. So 2 on, nobody out here for the Dodgers in the 17th inning. He is squaring, and he pulls it back. Trying to get the runners in scoring position with nobody out here in the 17th inning.
Yeah, Jan Hervis at third base giving the signs. Boy, if he could, in a perfect situation, the ball bunted back to Perdomo to get that lead runner to force at third. Got the wheel play on. Meaning Solarte crashing. Alexei Ramirez wheeling on over to third base to cover that bag for the force out.
Chopped right side as he pulled it back, and a throw to first, so it kind of worked like a sacrifice there as the runners do move along. 4-3 on the put out of Stripling, but to third goes Kendrick, to second Gonzalez. Well, he didn't bunt, got the job done.
All bat control, and the idea here is to hit the ball on the ground. You can see Stripling getting on top of that one. Hit it hard on the ground. In the air is not going to do you any good.
Now Jock Peterson coming up. Couple of hits today, single to center, single to left. And they're going to put him on as well. Take their chances with Yasiel Puig and force at any base. Try to get that double play. If not, try to get the lead runner.
And you know, in a situation like this, Puig might be a little anxious. Might swing at a bad pitch early.
Second intentional walk of this inning. Andy Green headed to the mound. Make sure everybody defensively on the same page here with what they're going to do. With Yasiel Puig coming up. There's been a few of these meetings in extra innings. Working here into the 17th inning. By the way, this is the longest game of the year time-wise right now. 5 hours and 27 minutes.
Well, it worked before. Remember the old 4-2-3 play earlier?
Yes. That was in the 14th inning.
Remember Puig runs well, too. You got to take that into consideration, too.
Ball one. 75 pitches for Perdomo in this game. Into his 5th inning of relief and his 1-0 pitch. Puig will hit it on the ground into left center field. From third, Kendrick will score. Here comes Adrian Gonzalez. Throw will go to second, and the Dodgers get 2 runs here so far in the top of the 17th inning. Yasiel Puig, who's had an interesting day at best, has driven in 2 in the 17th inning to put his Dodgers on top.
He got a good pitch, that's for sure. Up above the belt and didn't overswing, and he's telling everybody to come home on that single with the infield drawn in. That'll score 2.
First and third now. We had 1 out in the inning, and here is A.J. Ellis. He is squaring and dropping it down foul.
Safety squeeze.
Indeed, charging in from third base.
Trying to add on.
'77 pitches for Perdomo.
Maybe going over the sequence of pitches, what they want to throw him right here now that he's ahead 0-1. Puig may be going too.
Puig is going and foul back to the screen. A hit and run there, and it's now 0-2. Puig didn't know where it went. Foul ball.
You see Ellis, you see him really try to inside out that ball, take it the other way.
We going again, and this will get away. From third base comes Peterson. He'll score. Throw to third, and safe there is Puig. So that one gets away. 8th run for the Dodgers, and Puig ends up at third base.
Well, breaking ball, wild pitch. Christian does everything he can to move to his left to try to block it. Now everybody's off and running. Here comes a run. Puig doesn't even break stride.
Infield in all the way around. 1 out in the inning. And Ellis will take ball 2. Full count now. Three runs in here for the Dodgers in the 17th inning has put Los Angeles on top 8-5. They're still looking for more with that runner at third base and Yasiel Puig. High for ball 4. Nobody up behind Perdomo. They're just hoping that he can get through this 17th inning. And you wonder at some point here, Mark Grant, whether or not we would see a position player at this stage, whether you would bring a Jankowski in or somebody along those lines at this point.
That's a consideration, yeah.
Because, I mean, right now, Perdomo is on fumes.
And Brad Hand went 2 innings last night. He's the only left-hander, or he's the only pitcher left in the bullpen for San Diego.
Carl Crawford with a swing and a miss.
You're right, though. He's on fumes.
These are the options for him. Jankowski, the only guy on the bench. Hand, the only guy in the pen. But swing and a miss. I feel like Hand has already been sort of extended too. You had that 4-inning effort that he made in Milwaukee. A couple last night. He's just had some long outings, and I'm not sure how available he really was today.
He pitched on Thursday night. He pitched on Saturday night. Last night.
0-2 pitch to Carl Crawford. He will chop it to first. Myers will go to second for one. Back to first, and that's not in time. That'll score. Puig in from third. For the 9th Dodgers run in Los Angeles on top 9-5. Crawford reaching on the fielder's choice at first base. And Chase Utley comes the 8th member of the Dodgers to bat here in the 17th inning. On top 9-5 are the Dodgers now. On the ground, vacated left side. The shift on the right and just pokes it the other way into left field for a base hit.
Well, we've seen a number of Dodgers in this series taking balls that way. Adrian Gonzalez, Chase Utley. That's just great bat control. Inside outing that pitch, realizing the defense and just playing pepper with the left fielder.
Now Corey Seager coming up, man. The question is, how long will Andy Green go here with Perdomo?
And you know what, Don, you're thinking right along with Andy Green, because it looks like Andy was just trying to turn to Darren Ballsy or somebody in that dugout, maybe discuss something. Because Perdomo, that was now his 88th pitch.
And Jankowski mentioned one guy on the bench. On the ground to third base, and on the backhand, Solarte will win the race to the bag to end the inning. The damage is done. 9-5 Dodgers. Star of the game brought to you by Carl's Jr. Yasiel Puig driving in a pair with his base hit. Putting the Dodgers at the time on top 7-5. LA would add a couple more, now on top by 4, 9-5 as we head here into the bottom of the 17th inning. Now Stripling back on the mound. Starter into his 3rd inning of relief. Came on in the 15th inning. And Amarista leading it off and taking ball 1. Amarista got the start at shortstop in this game. Moving to second base. 0 for 5 with a walk in the game. And a liner into left field for a base hit. So a single starts the bottom of the 17th inning for the Padres.
Hey, they're in slam range.
Jankowski's going to pinch hit here.
Breaking ball that just stayed up there, and Alexi does a nice job of just staying back and spanking that ball to left field for the base knock. Hey, load him up, hope for a long ball.
Here is Travis Jankowski pinch hitting here in the 17th inning. Strike over the outside corner. In the dirt, gets away, and Amarista will scamper to second base. Wild pitch. Outside for ball 2.
You know, you called that famous minor league game, right? Pawtucket?
No, that was back in 1983.
That minor league game went 33 innings?
33 innings between the Pawtucket Red Sox and the Rochester Red Wings. Cal Ripken and Wade Boggs played in that game.
Oh, that's right. There's no way you could have done that unless you were in the 4th grade.
No, 83, I would have been 15. 2-2 pitch coming up. Outside.
That's right. We were just talking about that game.
John Jay waiting on deck here. Nobody out. 17th inning. Runner at second base. Padres in need of 4 to tie. And Jankowski fouls it off to the left.
In fact, that game you were talking about, Pawtucket Red Sox and the Rochester Red Wings, affiliate of the Baltimore Orioles.
Yes.
There was only one player who did not play in that game, and he is in the house tonight.
Kevin Kennedy was a backup catcher at the time for the Orioles. 3-2 is strike 3 call. Borderline call, but Jankowski strikes out for the first out of the 17th inning.
Down and away, and Ellis sticks it right there. Looks like a pretty good pitch. And Trek says, yes, it just got the outside corner.
One down, Amarista at second base, and here's John Jay. He's collected a couple of base hits in extra innings. Got a single in the 12th, a single in the 15th. Here he is in the 17th, and a swing and a miss for strike 1. Foul back to the screen, 0-2. teams with chances in extra innings. Oh, the Dodgers going for the 4th spot in the top half of this inning. 0-2 pitch. Back towards the mound. Stripling's got it. He'll run a bit. Flip underhanded for out number 2. On to third goes Amarista. 2 outs in the 17th inning. And that'll bring up Will Myers. Myers fouls it off to the right, out of play. Padres going to San Francisco after the ball game. Dodgers will be headed home. Time called as the sprinklers have come on the field here in right field.
Hey, it's that time.
One pitch. And a check swing. Did he go? They check. No, he did not. Well, he bent over first base umpire.
You know what one of the great things about going to San Francisco is?
What's that?
Getting to see Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow.
Your 2 best friends.
Yep.
Of course, they were just here on the homestand. Here's a ground ball to shortstop. Seager's got it. He'll go to first. And that will end the ball game. The Dodgers salvage the final game of this 3-game series. Take 17 innings, but Yasiel Puig and the Dodgers win it. So we send it to Mike Pomerantz.
Hey, boys, enjoy the flight. Welcome to the Late Late Show. When we see you on the post game, we're going to talk about the enigma that is Yasiel Puig.